of course, what was Donald Trump's famous fucking election pledge? Gonna build a great. And I have found out that Donald Trump, apparently at a security briefing, was asked, why can't we just use nukes? What? Yes, the left pretty much is operating on Project Fear. But I'm not scared of Trump, and I'm not scared of his followers, right? Because, and 2016 also being the year of Trump, and the year of the alt-right and Nazis, and there are fucking glaring goddamn flaws about Hillary Clinton, but she's running against Trump. She's running against so the Republican Party don't want Donald Trump. They want someone who will obey them, who will do what they want. So they're just like, hey! There seems to have actually been less negative consequences about a Trump presidency than there have been about allowing them to inhibit others. We want to ensure that the Donald Trumps of the world are not allowed to succeed. Right? Because if all Trump did was try to build a fucking wall, which I still don't think he's actually going to do, whilst you've got Putin strutting around, pretending, getting a bit chippy, and while Donald Trump is saying, oh yeah, I wouldn't rule out, saying we need to be violent towards the Trump supporters because they're going to destroy the country. Incredibly less than stellar news, because yes, congratulations, President Donald Trump of the United States of America. Want to throw some kind of fucking brick through that window. And Trump is that brick. Farage is that brick. I don't fundamentally have a problem with Donald Trump deciding to basically fund a massive make work project. But the point is that I don't actually think that Donald Trump is actually going to be able to, I don't think he's going to be, and my friends and family are turning alt-right / Trumpist. It's nauseating. How can I deal with the rightward shift of political culture? It feels part of. There are stories coming in all the time of the terror of fascist Trump, which is good, because this means, which is basically why I called Donald Trump winning the election, because that way, if he did win the election, hero ready to swoop in and save us all. That's why Trump became president. That's why the people voted for Brexit. We are sick. The ice caps may melt. Woking may flood. Trump may nuke Britain. Trans people may actually in the Republican Party, if there is even a chance that it's going to be Donald Trump, people are going to be surging to vote. Mood is right when there is a blue moon in the sky. Then occasionally Donald Trump is actually a bit left-wing. Except a couple of things have happened. The first is that the press secretary for Donald Trump decided to go full on Donald Trump sees that weapon that everyone is pretty much saying, yeah, we need to disarm, we need to be saying some nice things about Donald Trump today as I catch up on news stories that I've missed. So since I know it doesn't fucking matter what stupid shit Donald Trump is talking about, what matters is his policies, and his policies are really crap. You have to pick Clinton or Trump. And if people utterly hate Clinton, you're basically telling them to vote for Trump. And if Donald Trump or Ted Cruz or some Republican patsy or even Hillary Clinton, if they get elected, of Rome to why we then elected Trump sort of thing, in a sort of very just sort of This is what happens with
The will of the player trumps all. So if you say, and now you must kill him, fine.
next 4 to 8 years, depending on how long Trump lasts, to, you know, that's what happens when Trump supporters are so very fucking thick. The Lucy's, but kind of in the rock, paper, scissors, Farshnook trumps Lucy. In the sense that the Farshnook is the... If that person is Donald Trump, if it is Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, I am almost inclined to say. And that is what Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump is a terrorist, and he is aiding the fucking terrorists because he is yes. You should be unprecedented, Trump. Maybe America should unpresident you. And at the same time, you know, anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. This is a story about how Ivanka Trump is complicit in Trump's evilness, right? And I don't know, maybe I am the Nazis equivalent of Trump. You know how we all sort of looked at Trump and said, oh, I'm so lefty, Ponzi, socialist fucking elite. Donald Trump is in many ways, I suppose, to the far right and the alt-right, a pragmatic. Actually wasn't so, I actually thought compared to other people, Donald Trump wasn't that bad. But then, well, couldn't it? Just, please. I know that there are a lot of Trump supporters who watch my videos. I know that there are a lot. The new Cold War, that sunk as well. Because I can't bring in a fucking, you know, Trumpologue to be the grand. No, you fuckers! No, you fuckers! No, you fuckers! Trump boasts about committing sexual assault. Republican Congress. Donald Trump has nukes. Donald Trump, admittedly, kind of thanks to Obama, has a great amount. And if you're a Donald Trump supporter right now, that should fucking terrify you. Because evening news. But why don't you like Trump though? Because he's a racist fucking liar. Between Clinton and Trump, that I will hate you if you vote for Trump over Clinton. Just so long as you are doing it for where the only people who are being fucking vocal are the Trump supporters, are the Nazis, are the genuine fucking racist, is a good liar who seems to know what the fuck she's doing. Whereas Donald Trump is a fucking mad idiot. The grand adversary to the Farshnook, because the fucking Trump has won. We will pledge ourselves to your Trump. It's literally like saying, oh, well, if the KKK endorse me, who am I to deny? It was like, see, Donald Trump, see, racism is wrong. Racism is wrong. Nazis bad. Nazis, they bad. No. I'm gonna be okay, you know. Chances are Trump's not actually gonna invade Britain if...
Why this gets to me? Why? Because this seems to be the Trump card of book lovers. But books are open to interpretation, which means they
end up in this constant stalemate where neither side really wins, ever. And it's like Trump and Putin and candidate against the anti-establishment candidate, and I think the fact that Donald Trump is such a fucking trash fire.
Yeah, there is such a massive call of support for him, and I almost wonder if, like, Trump is America's Nigel Farage, you know.
You know, the Mexicans have got their Mexican president, and God bless that man, right? Donald Trump is there saying, you know, like, hey! But, as Donald Trump well knows, if you've got something to compensate for, for me, like, if there is even a 5% chance that Trump is really could use nukes, then Congress. Republicans hold Congress. Donald Trump is a Republican, right? I mean, okay,
they don't make exact wrong decisions because there's Donald Trump making the exact wrong decisions, except because he's in America.
Manslaughter in the fucking courts because they shouldn't have fucking been doing this shit. Donald Trump has fucking called it out. Hey, we've got clear fucking evidence.
Kind of stopgap in case, you know, you vote in a Donald Trump or a Ted Cruz. I'm talking about superdelegates. I'm talking about people I would want to win. God Emperor Trump or North Korea? I don't know. Who do I more despise?
Fascists got into power because they were actually popular. Trump isn't popular. Have you noticed that?
Old bastards, and they've also got Donald Trump. And the thing is about Donald Trump that he is a non-establishment candidate, right?
As my cousin who genuinely thinks that Trump's a good idea for her country,
and because it's not just me, it's Donald Trump, it's Saudi Arabia, it's North Korea, it's
like fucking moron. Oh, it's okay, I'll pay for it, she'll pay me back. Which, by the way, is basically Trump's plan to make America, my local MP, to kind of do something about Donald Trump, because my local MP is a conservative dealing with an abusive father. Shit was happening. Trump was getting elected. Brexit was happening. I would all the time saying, hey, Donald Trump sexually assaulted me. Donald Trump sexually assaulted me this way and that way, this way and that way. You know, arguably to the left is Hillary Clinton in certain ways, in the sense that Donald Trump kind of the right. Whatever happens, Trump's in office. The Conservatives are in power as Brexit hangs in limbo, and we
third-party right-wing candidate, so you don't have to vote for Donald Trump if you want to vote right-wing and against the establishment. Uniter of the racist of the right wing in America, God Emperor Donald Trump, your leader, ladies and gentlemen, your president. Like, that's the lesser of two evils, because the big evil is fucking Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
If Stephen Bannon or Donald Trump were assassinated by a severely mentally ill person who was only
would still win, but maybe a vote for Trump against the establishment. Except the establishment is actually folks would make 4chaners fucking happy. Would make Trumpers very happy in that there is genuinely
to cover. I've got the failed assassination attempt of Donald Trump to cover. I've got the EU referendum to cover. The Scottish independence, and now the electoral fraud and Trump. What the fuck are we gonna do? I know. I'll call it tomorrow. We will know. Recaps notwithstanding. whether we have Trump or not, that exists, someone will make it again. Even if Donald Trump conquers the entirety of the world and he starts destroying all the horrible things that we do to these countries, but they do keep trying to blow us up. And then Trump happened. Then Brexit happened. Then Farage happened. Yeah. Don't cross that line, Donald Trump. Don't cross that line, Donald Trump supporters. And videos saying, but you don't say anything bad about Donald Trump though. Why shouldn't I vote for Donald Trump? Right? Because you see, it's not actually about immigration. If it was about immigration, Donald Trump would have said, these British people are coming over here, and Trump was like, for God's sake, you've seen the pictures, bloody Clinton and Trump are good fucking friends. And so you've got Donald Trump campaigning on a petition of on a platform of anti-immigration, campaigning going on at the moment. A lot of madness going on at the moment that is typified by the idea of like Donald Trump, and to a certain extent Nigel Farage. Help you if you are found to be one of those people who backed the Trump administration when I'm not someone that you want to be in power, but neither is Trump. Trump would be, and I'm talking about this in an age of Donald Trump. I'm talking about this in an age when the neo-Nazis and this video, no more chances, no more wheedling, oh, he's like this, oh, he's like that. No. Donald Trump needs to lose in the next in the general election in America. Donald Trump cannot be allowed to become, fuck Trump supporters. Damn them to hell. The fact that Donald Trump, during his meteoric rise to possibly become president of the, how people are saying, you know, hey, if you vote for Trump, you're voting for a fascist, right? There are people who are going to vote wanted. If they wanted the kind of meltdown that Trump is famous for, we hate it. But Trump is president. So where the fuck do we go from here? What the fuck do we do? We are logical. And I realise there are Trump supporters, you know, there are UKIP supporters, keep kicking them, that my official position is that I regard Donald Trump and his administration, which is not Trump, and you have got Bernie Sanders, but you have also got Donald Trump. And there isn't really anything to talk about. Like, you know, Donald Trump is gonna be president probably. Theresa May is going to make the country worse.
Bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake.
George Bush is not actually Palpatine. Donald Trump is not actually Palpatine. Obama... You say you're against Donald Trump? Well then, I will vote for Donald Trump, right? Except funnily enough, I did actually point out that, you know, he's actually... where... there might be legitimate reasons people vote for Trump. There might be affected by the ban because Donald Trump has a conflict of interest with those countries. My fiction. And then Trump got in, like... my creativity stalled. right? And I kind of the thing is, Donald Trump winning is bad. Donald Trump winning has been a bad thing, right? Like, because that bastard Donald Trump is a fucking madman, and you do not fucking let him be in charge of the fucking nuclear weapon. Well, you know, this is Islam. You know, fucking Donald Trump. Donald Trump is saying, you know, like, appreciate the congrats. What happens is that instead the American people wake up to the fact that, hey, fucking Donald Trump was elected, and they make sure. And people are saying, Trump is so horrible, we must destroy him. Yeah, but there's also Cruz. There's also, there is an element to where you can look at what's going on with Trump and Brexit, and you can feel like if you are going to kill Donald Trump, if you are going to assassinate him, if you are going to try and take out who has the most votes and go for it, like, no. The moment Donald Trump brought up the size of his penis, that was it. This is going to go in. This is gonna vote Trump. The more the Trump supporters were like, yes, yes, he is our man. Like, I mean, I did start to see this because, like, Trump's Hitlerian regime is only going to mobilize more and more and more, discriminate more, bad as he is making out. And I think that Trump isn't going to do half the things his supporters want him to do, which is a good. Positions have been insulting Trump and using Trump as a talking piece about essentially campaigning for Sanders, because for American he is fighting against the Donald Trump analog, and then it's like, okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, and then the yeah, fuck yeah, Corbyn's our guy, and I can imagine that Trump supporters feel much the same way when fucking Obama. Fucking props to that, and I've been like, yeah, you know, but Bernie Trump is good, but seriously, just do not let Donald Trump. But they do keep trying to blow us up, and then Trump happened. Then Brexit happened. Then Russia happened. Yeah, it's just like, he's literally having his supporters do the Heil Hitler salute, going, yes, Trump, we will salute you and we will pledge our. And Trump's victory has been a wake-up call, and seemingly without the damage one might. Making friends with the police, with the governors, with Trump supporters. Make sure you have common ground. That 2017 is the year when Donald Trump stops just being the mad fucking Oompa Loompa who keeps. Although the fact that with Donald Trump being elected, elect Bernie Sanders. Maybe you still need to go for Donald Trump first. I don't know. I'm not an American. I prefer it. What I want is for Donald Trump to just be yet another fucking Republican. You're either deluded and an idiot, or you genuinely want Trump to win. Those are the only options for if you think, because what's going to happen is that if you elect someone other than Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump, the next 4 years, the next 8 years, right, there is a certain population of the internet that sees Donald Trump as literally Hitler. Wave of anger, this wave of desire for change. And Donald Trump is the man riding this wave. Privilege, you know, I mean, I'm not quite Donald Trump levels, but I'm very much aware that yeah, I am Arthur McCann and Thunderfoot and Donald Trump and Milo and Steve Bannon. This is the reason all these fucking numpties raise violence against Donald Trump and not raise violence against his supporters. If it came to it, if Donald Trump, there are those who think differently. There are those who think Trump was the lesser of two evils, who think that, you know what, Trump's a fucking... By the US Constitution, Trump will be defeated. Trump and his movement will be defeated. I do not need Donald Trump to be my daddy. Right? I mean, I'm not advocating it. I please don't vote for Trump. Right? Let's just have that as a statement here, just now. And has stated on his website, on the Trump presidential website, that he intends to bring about of Trump. Right? That's the true fucking danger of Trump. Because Trump is a symbol. Trump is a symbol. Yes, Trump is...
It is the best. It is the top of the Trumps. It wins. This shark is best at this because it is awesome. You understand? It is awesome.
To be the equivalent of Donald Trump's, you know, yeah, we should shoot Muslims with pig's blood. You know, it's meant to be that we would understand how to deal with him more. But because Donald Trump is this bizarre abomination that Sanders right? No, they're not. So that means, you know, the police. That means that Donald Trump could essentially walk in, political assassin, effectively calling for the assassination of Donald Trump. And the West Wing has showed, hey, if you think someone's a danger and a... Okay, I know it's very easy if you're a Trump supporter to say, oh, well, yes, if a black man or a Muslim happens to do something Patsy and, you know, Donald Trump and whoever this, you know, third or fourth guy is, right? Write a story in response to this. I should have, you know, the Far New confronting the fact that Trump won, but like, and then one of the things, one way or another, he's going to make the history books, but Trump isn't why I'm making this video. This isn't about the alt-right either. This, if I am going around sort of insulting Donald Trump, it's very profitable. If I am, you know, being Mr. Super Autismo Man, there are transgender people in America who feel terrified by Donald Trump because, yes, the Joker does kind of just want to watch the world burn. I don't believe Trump is actually evil. Just throw some rocks and just fight back a bit and it'll end. Either Donald Trump and his supporters are ousted peacefully, like, that has got rampant political corruption, Donald Trump has more of a fucking chance than Bernie Sanders. And so, to a certain extent, like, take our guns, the lefties are going to wage war against us. The Trump supporters are the ones who want a war. The Trump supporters... I'm going to go get more drink. Donald Trump could pass whatever he wanted to people who support Donald Trump, right? And as you might have noticed, Donald Trump is now president, and I am the QA are going to limit what people can say. Like, I agree with Dan Cullen. Like, you know, that's the level of power Stephen Bannon has over Donald Trump, and like, Mike Pence has come out against these policies. Like, Trump is a symbol. Yes, Trump is Batman! Dun dun dun! The Republican voters want Donald Trump, and the Republican establishment is just going, nah, mate, nah. The complete insanity of Donald Trump. They like the complete insanity of terrorism. They like how it has no right. America, you have Bernie Sanders and you have Donald Trump. You have a left-wing anti-establishment candidate and a right-wing anti-establishment candidate. Then the media goes, Donald Trump has said we should deport all Muslims. And so people fucking realise what Donald Trump is saying. They realise Donald Trump is a member of... You've got the left-wing people of America. Supporting Trump, you've got the gun-toting, Bible-thumping, autism is a disease. I really hope that Donald Trump loses the general election, because, quite frankly, I don't want my hate base to say China is far more reasonable than Donald Trump. At least Guy, some sort of humility for, you know, Donald Trump's mental health, sort of sympathy for his mental health, and the fact that, you know, clearly maybe we are going to witness the sprouting of a newer, better society once Trump has set fire to the political. I've seen this when a shooting like this is causing Donald Trump to say, hey, you know, Black Lives Matter. And of course, you win over Trump supporters to the fact that your side is right. Now this, well, I've just read the results of the Iowa caucus. Trump lost to Ted Cruz, and Bernie Sanders video, and that in fact, yes, Donald Trump is a failure. He has consistently lied and failed and bankrupted companies time and majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and Institute agrees that leave is the correct outcome. And in the case of Donald Trump, like there isn't even an interesting few years ahead, especially if Trump supporters do get violent. Establishment is going to back the Sanders because they don't want another Trump again. That could be what happened. Indeed, that's sort of what has happened right now. That should fucking terrify you. Because Donald Trump is being fucked over right now by the very
wars. If it kicked off today, is America has nukes. And clearly, judging by Donald Trump, some of the people who are paranoid...
It shouldn't be okay, because, you know, Trump's the Grand Führer. Except he's not. We have to, regardless of whether Trump wins or Trump loses, we have to find a way to... is, in my view, the best thing about Donald Trump, in that is hopefully a president, and when, God willing, Hillary Clinton becomes president, all those Trump supporters who have been so fucking scary, they aren't just, right? And, like, maybe Donald Trump may be the guy who saves us from the really bad Nazis by being dead-end jobs. It's so tempting to look at Trump and think that he is the only thing truly wrong in the world at the moment. All you're doing if you vote for Hillary Clinton instead of Donald Trump, if it's Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, and you get that way, it's saying that he's okay. And you've got, on the other hand, Donald Trump saying, well, it's not right to, I can't really, or whatever, but, you know, presumably their version of Donald Trump or David Cameron is up there saying, well, you know, you're just... And I did actually predict and call that Trump was going to win and become president, but you know, in politics, learning about politics this last sort of year, and I've been trying to, like, when Trump happened, when Brexit happened, I've been trying to the blacks rising up in civil war against the police and getting gunned down. Maybe if you're a Trump supporter, you're totally A-okay with that. America, uniting the racists of the right wing in America. Your leader, Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, has said. But as cathartic as twatting Trump supporters may be, that ain't gonna fucking help anybody. The assassination of Joe Cox, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, which, yes, I do regard as a bad thing. There is this perspective that if you vote for a third party, you are voting for Trump. And so all you're doing is you are saying, no, 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 guy. Clinton, but like she's just a Tory, whereas Trump is a child rapist, Nazi, Holocaust, literally Hitler kind of person.
Today, I have some horrible news to say. Donald Trump could be President of the United States of America.
Then we had more austerity, then we had Donald Trump being elected, then we had Brexit, now we've got hard Brexit, and so it's based off ways, but she was under Barack Obama, and she's not as bad as Donald Trump, right? And equally, decided, oh, I kind of did what Donald Trump has done with the wall, where I was like, oh, don't worry, I'll pay. Well, there have been a lot of things, actually. That's the thing with Donald Trump. Like, there are a lot of fucking things that are fucked up about his administration. And it's people saying, no, Donald Trump built the wall, fucking cuckold, right? I've got exactly the fucking audience that I want to Americans. And I do hate Donald Trump because Donald Trump is an idiot. But the point of that video that he is linking to is a fucking Trump supporter. But I will gladly fucking shaft her if it means the fucking Trump cause gets fucking destroyed. So that, you know, a lot of you are kind of still sending me hate about, Trump, you mentioned, right? And that's what you applaud him for, right? Donald Trump is the guy who will willingly screw over other people because it makes the lowest of the low is a low energy beta. How Donald Trump boasted about the size of his how to play it. It's sort of it is kind of the equivalent of like Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders. It's that kind of, you know, and that's probably what's going to happen. But what if enough people support Donald Trump once he runs as a third party candidate to make there's a wig, has a fucking brand and does shit all Trump is actually walking up there, standing up, dropping his trousers and saying same rhetoric might actually cause you to vote for Trump, and that would sort of be a very bad thing indeed. So I am actually, arguably, especially if it is Donald Trump. That's what I'm saying. And I know that I've got a lot of very right-wing. And it's like we live in a world where Brexit and Trump is happening, and like Scotland are probably about to leave. So Donald Trump is a guy basically elected on the back of... What if he means it though? Because they genuinely worry that Donald Trump means that even half of the horror. And I look forward to seeing you in 4 years' time, when we get rid of Trump and Theresa May, or whoever is leading the Conservative. And in a way, that's what Jeremy Corbyn and Donald Trump are at the moment, in the sense that we, you know, don't get me wrong, like, she's better than Donald Trump, but she's not better than Bernie Sanders. She's just not. And hashtag going on, hashtag last night in Sweden, because basically Donald Trump turned up to a rally and at the beginning, the vast majority of people do not see a vote for Brexit or for Trump as a vote for genocide. They do not see it as a vote. Well, I suppose there has been the whole Daft Jar Jar conspiracy. I suppose Daft Donald Trump probably isn't much far off that. Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. It is not just about Trump and Brexit and Marine Le Pen. It is also Bernie Sanders. It is also probably your best hope. And part of me is like, if Donald Trump doesn't win the Republican he's claiming to be, I think that Donald Trump is a man who has run, who has been involved in TV shows for quite a... I don't even hate Donald Trump, right? I hate that he has mobilized. Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. And like, yeah, at the same time, Trump, Brexit, the Conservatives, like, videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Is a problem of Trump and Bannon, because there are going to be people within the Trump administration who got this guy. Nah, you're not having that. What, Donald Trump? Man who's in favour of Planned Parenthood, who acknowledges that... I do not feel good things about Trump supporters. But why is America and voted for Trump? Because, well, you know, it's those damn immigrants and they come over that fucking... They Trump, if it's Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, and you get that way because the Democratic Party says, ooh, no, is that Donald Trump isn't... These aren't just targeting Trump. And the lefties aren't just saying, oh, well, you know, fucking Trump, Biden is supportive of Nazis. I mean, for God's sake, I make one video saying Donald Trump isn't the issue. Actually, it's Clinton. Well, we've done lots of stuff in the past, but they never actually give you any examples. Or a bit like a Donald Trump speech, where he will talk a lot every time that you assassinate Donald Trump is if he decides to use all the power and influence to go out. Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. I mean, you know, that's why Donald Trump has to make clear that he's got a big dick, right? Because, you know, God, we're gonna make it to the top of that thing. Not unless, like, Donald Trump is just like, I think you're a funny guy. Want to ride in my helicopter? Ooh, take. So basically, Donald Trump isn't a Nazi coup. He's a fucking communist coup. They're like, ah, look, it's a lefty screaming about Donald Trump again. Ah! Chance. This Donald Trump has done more to destroy fascism in America than any anti-fascist in the world. Don't vote for Trump. Never vote for Trump. Trump's name should be fucking dirt. Even the Republicans who liked Trump, even Trump supporters now are realizing that this guy, there could be a peaceful solution in the months ahead to the problem of Trump and Bannon, because worship the ground that cunt walks on, but don't vote for Trump. I don't actually advocate an apocalypse, but I do almost feel like, if only because it then means that, you know, the forces of justice, i.e. not Trump supporters, can actually spend. If I was born into power like Donald Trump, if I was born into a trust fund, right, and I was people who voted for Trump, the people who voted for the UKIP, they voted for the fuck away to do their own shit, like, I don't know, creaming their pants over Donald Trump, or maybe has elements tied to Donald Trump, and indeed the elements tied to the problem is that if Trump becomes president, then Sanders versus Trump. If there was any kind of realistic possibility that Jill Stein and the Greens, and all the while people like Nigel Farage and Donald Trump are stirring up the racial tension, are stirring up the hatred of the... Both kind of horrible. And of the two, maybe Donald Trump is actually kind of better, because they're both very awful, but you just look at the title and go, ooh, he says that Donald Trump is scary, and not actually watch the video and realise that I'm actually talking about... The world is gearing up for war against Donald Trump, against Stephen Bannon, against the fascists within... The whole point, the whole excuse of Trump doing these horrible things was, it will stop. I know that everybody is kind of going, oh my god, Trump, oh my god, Kirby, oh my god, he's shared personal information to... All the people whose lives are going to be made immeasurably fucking worse by the victory for Donald Trump and the Republicans today. It is good, but seriously, just do not let Donald Trump any fucking where near power. Like, seriously, I mean, at this point, I'm like, really the likely outcome, is it? I mean, okay, China is effectively saying already, like, hey, Trump, there are a lot of us. And I know it's small, I know that Trump is fucking scary right now. But about Donald Trump, the assassination of Donald Trump, that if it happened, that you'd have to wait for the time to be right, because if too racist to be a judge is being considered to be by Donald Trump to be on his to be associated. The one good thing that could have happened about Trump has happened. The establishment has shaken. The establishment of Jews, because of that, load of Trump supporters are being like, hey dude, welcome to the club, which is this absurd idea that, you know, somehow, you know, Donald Trump is going to set up for, it's Britain, so it'd be Nigel Farage. Jesus came back if Jesus came back tomorrow to condemn Donald Trump, I'd be like, right, you fucker, let's get you in, let's get you. Endorsing Donald Trump whilst he at the same time is calling upon Russia to hack Hillary Clinton, the only viable candidate to stand opposed to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is essentially, and that they will be perfectly fine with you. No. If you vote Trump, if you back Trump, if you back the fucking Republicans,
not fucking gun drones. They could be there mass producing them, you know? Donald Trump could be giving his guys the money.
Cool and fun things being said on Twitter. Like, if Donald Trump is kind of, you know, a man and all of his family is gonna get me branded as a fucking alt-right Trump supporter. You know, if you are even Bernie Sanders, for example. If Donald Trump supporters assassinated Bernie Sanders or they assassinated Hillary Clinton, whoever, my blog is going to crop up more often and more often and more often. So even if the Trumpers go, even if they're there, but I think it is a fairly probable course of action that essentially Trump will be elected, and in so doing, the alt-right will, understanding that you don't want to necessarily turn your back on Trump. That you don't. But this is not as simple as, well, we've got to stop Trump. Because I actually think that Trump, how your country's citizens are rebelling against Donald Trump. You know, we can talk about NASA. Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. It would be an incredibly stupid move to assassinate Stephen Bannon or Donald Trump. Especially as we aren't looked, that certain elements of the right have overlooked because we look at Trump and we see a horrible monster. But that Congress and the Senate could just decide to blunt every single thing that Trump decides to do. But what we are witnessing with Donald Trump at his rallies, the way that he fight them and just smack them in the face, and that's Trumpism, that's UKIPism, that's xenophobia. It's right, unless you are the guy who is in the KKK, who voted for Trump because you hate those damn Muslims, or you know, Review the Future has got an episode on Trump, which I'm loving. Dan Carlin is fucking awesome.
As a kid, I loved the top Trumpsness. I loved it. Well, yes, you see, the fresh shark is awesome because it's got the biggest tail. And
I talk about news stories, you know. When Trump invades a country or decides to start gassing Muslims, I will talk about it on. Get someone to fucking lock away your guns and hide the key, because Donald Trump is going to lose the president. You can expect it and you can manage around it, you know. Whereas, you know, if you got Trump, if you got Alzheimer's, you just because Donald Trump has hired as his strategist Steve Bannon, literally in the middle of doing, you know, Donald Trump has hit, hey, we're, you know, I have just declared war on, saying, well, I watched your video and I'm convinced now that I'm definitely going to vote for Trump. Oh, clap, clap, clap. Well done, sir. It's Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. You're fucked. Whoever it is, if it's not Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump, then again, I'm not bringing up the Trump bashing. What I'm pointing out is, like, this is a news story about Trump, right? And
You aren't native there. Donald Trump certainly is not a native of America. So for him to be like, we shall build a wall,
who will try to run now that Trump has shown that it is possible. But after 4 years of Trump, after 8 years of Trump,
because Donald Trump is a egotistical, arrogant, narcissistic, if you happen to think that's important, Republican. If it is Clinton or Trump and you vote for anybody other than Clinton or Trump, Trump wins.
there are actual genocidal fans in the fucking White House. Donald Trump put bloody Steve Bannon on the secure. Russia looked weak because Hitler was a moron. Donald Trump is a moron. And Putin is probably smart. To oppose Donald Trump are all paedophile rapists. Never mind that Donald Trump bloody bragged about committing sexual
Less compared to Ted Cruz and Donald Trump. So, you know, it's horrible and shitty but vote for her because
who the fuck is gonna vote for these cunts again? But then people voted for Trump, people voted for Brexit. And important financially for him to criticize Trump at every fucking place, right?
look like fucking David to Clinton's Goliath. That makes Donald Trump look like the anti-establishment candidate, the candidate the establishment.
It's just that Donald Trump is gonna be too much of a fucking moron not to antagonize.
You shouldn't exist. Answer all the fucking time. Now, granted, this may just be Trump supporters. This may just be UKIP supporters. This may just...
He must be the uber fighter with the biggest guns and it's like Donald Trump can stand up in the middle of his presidential speech and say,
chance of winning. What are your current thoughts about it? Well, I think Trump's probably going to win. I mean, I'm kind of conflicted about, and indeed, yes, I also don't want Donald Trump to be Donald Trump. It would be a great deal kind of, and in fact, a great deal better if Donald Trump were
probably reasonably safe from Trump, admittedly. Theresa May is kind of things are not going well, and you know there's global economic stagnation and Brexit and Trump and probably never gonna get a job, and a vote for Trump.
Therefore, you are going to make Donald Trump's position even stronger. Therefore, what we are going to have is, but at least he fucking knows what he's doing. Donald Trump is an idiot. He is a gigantic, idiotic man baby who could nuke the entire...
Because, you know, Brexit and Trump, right? It is entirely possible that I could die in the next year, right?
Reshak and White Paper Reshak confused, but you know what I mean. It's just like constantly the top Trump's approach of, oh, this shark is awesome because of this, and this shark is awesome because of this.
About the appeal of the monster, and one of the things that I said was that I almost envy the gall of Donald Trump and Ian Duncan Smith and... Oh, God. Sorry. Just Trump supporters. Commenters that just... They start really hammering at the middle class. You wait until Donald Trump starts sending sparks over to Britain.
selfishness and paranoia. They will turn on each other, turn on Trump, and destroy what little strength they may have actually got combined. Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basis. Either it's a complete and utter fucking farce like in America, where like, you know, yeah, Donald Trump is definitely gonna impeached, and I'm also fairly think that the majority of people now agree with you thanks to Brexit and Trump, but as I outlined in the beginning, now I just wish so much fucking pain upon Trump supporters. Because Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. Donald Trump won with the Electoral College. In the flesh of another I call friend. I think I'd rather trump you on the pissing off feminist front. Anthony chuckled. You actually vote for Donald Trump, even if you thought, you know, like, yeah, Donald Trump's a fucking madman. I don't want him to be my president, that you might have... The EU is not going to let Donald Trump take over the world. The EU come December vote in Hillary Clinton instead, in which case, bye-bye Trump. D. Hillary Clinton. Essentially, I got up at 5 o'clock and it was like, hey, Donald Trump's in the lead. And then it was like he needs 270 to win, so I had to go on and on and on and on and on about Trump. Right. The moment he actually starts committing genocide, the moment that he... Are we really saying that George W. Bush is just a 7 on the scale of evilness, but Donald Trump is a 10? Right? Like, it converts to how very thoroughly dangerous Donald Trump is, because the problem isn't Donald Trump. The problem is supporting Trump, or you could genuinely be a Nazi supporting Trump. Muslims. ISIS needs to recruit people to join its cause. And so Donald Trump saying appreciate the congrats, the threats from them from the Trump supporters, the alt-right saying, well, how will you feel when goddamn Donald Trump is scary because he could be in power. But Erdogan is scary because he isn't. The way that we destroy the Trump movement, the way that we destroy the alt-right and the far-right politically, middle of, you know, sort of Skyrim and Trump and Brexit, I'm supposed to have worked away at a sequel towards a fanfic that, granted, Donald Trump is now doing the exact same thing, so, you know, I'm not defending Donald Trump here. But, and indeed, kind of the best thing I have to say about Donald Trump is that he seems to have been the one win over people compared to fucking Donald Trump. Yes, I am pledging to not be as stupid as the man with a fucking wig. Get impeached, and I'm also fairly certain that sooner or later Donald Trump is just gonna turn up in like drag, or just by a white British guy who had overstayed his visa. That Donald Trump didn't really care, and because it failed, yeah, it's a hot war in Syria, and Donald Trump is like, well, yeah, I might use nukes there. Elected in the first place. Who comes after Trump? Thus, on the political power of Trump. But Russia? To vote for the Democrat candidate just because they're not Trump, right? And in fact, I, as a result, did a video recently when I found out that had some shit happen because of members of the alt-right, people who support Donald Trump, right? And taken to the kind of extremes that you get
communism from. I'm talking about the Marxist theory of history. I'm talking about the fact
a political assassination of a different president from overseas, and it's like Trump is president now. He has put... He lies. He lies. Donald Trump is not the man you want. He needs to be gotten rid of. Oh, and with Trump being elected, we must prepare for war. And then I said that with Trump elected, we must acknowledge that we are right-wing parties, you know. And in fact, actually, a vote for Trump is a vote for the destruction of the nation. If you vote for Donald Trump, and he does win, or he won't, because American democracy is fucked. But his point, like, at this point, I genuinely half expect to see Donald Trump literally eat a child alive on stage. The whole, you must vote Clinton or you will be supporting Trump rhetoric might actually be supporting Trump because, right, the vast majority of Trump supporters aren't actually the far right. The vast majority of Trump supporters voted for him because of America. How fucking tense is that special relationship gonna be? Donald Trump's gonna be like, so, these of people screaming about Donald Trump, we'd be talking about, you know, the Speaker of the House and how they... And it's just, people vote for Donald Trump. Yay, fascism, you know. It's sort of, you know, it's Natalie Portman's line from, you know, Revenge of the Sith. Like, you know, even the Trump supporters, you may think you've won now, but no. You have already... That's why it doesn't matter how many fucking gas chambers Donald Trump opens, how much torture his regime... I would almost think that it makes more sense to vote Trump, get a madman. Your great guy, Trump, that you love so much, he's playing with fire and you do not want him to be playing with fire. And reviled, and pretty much the only campaign slogan is, look at Trump! Look at Trump! So now that they've lost, the message, no better counter symbol to Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton. Because Hillary Clinton is the established dad, and yet I do have a far bigger penis than Donald Trump. Indeed, he has a baby's hands. He has a baby's hands. I talked about Trump supporters and John Locke supporters in the same video. I'm dead. I am one. And what I hope is that Trump's very success will destroy the alt-right, in the sense that which, hey, maybe if you're a Donald Trump supporter, maybe you're totally okay with that, right? You know, the Republicans have got money, and they've got old bastards, and they've also got Donald Trump. And the thing is about Donald Trump that others and to our politicians, this is an issue. And Donald Trump is an idiot. He is a fucking buffoon. So the fact that Trump may actually have been the perfect storm of populist demagoguery, you know, and so the idea of me, I mean, you almost see this with Donald Trump, that like, that she's not a complete bastard as Trump, right? Like there is a difference between Tory scumbag and literal. To know the precise details, like at this point, I get it. Trump is bad. Trump is very, very bad. I mean, the whole fucking idea of the wall. This idea that has become synonymous with Trump. And people do genuinely... He's saying, I'm supported by the people and I will work for the people. In Donald Trump's case, he's saying, I'm supported by myself. And that's the terrifying thing, is that Trump has brown shirts right now, right? And he joked before that he could get away with dealing with it. And people are starting to deal with it now. Because of Brexit and because of Trump. Brexit alone couldn't have done it. I'm still more interested about what the fuck's gonna happen to fucking Trump. Like, genuinely, Britain could change our entire... I mean, I would have mentioned Donald Trump too, but Donald Trump he was the Republican. And Donald Trump manufactures bad news so that all the left-wing people will go, oh my god, it's the end! They need a Donald Trump to sort of wake them up and realise, oh, so our system is broken and we need to fix. Fuck balls in hell, it's fucking Donald Trump. You know, it's like, who the fuck are you going to fucking... What the fuck do you think has done pretty fucking good about things? You know, even Trump, not really a threat to American democracy as, you know, maybe... And this is why I'm kind of like, well, if Clinton wins unfairly, vote Trump. Because it's like, we're fucked it. Nearly made a Donald Trump reference. 7-Eleven. So, yeah, you know, like, these are the kind, you gotta do it yourself, right? This is Donald Trump deciding that he's not gonna rely on his mooks to do what he says anymore, and he's gonna go in. Well, obviously, in the sort of, the story I used, we have an XP for Trump called Richard Raspberry. And, they're gonna be scared, they're gonna be angry, and the thing about Trump is he's not any ordinary Republican. Now, the sort of the Trumpists have gotten their quotes and they're fucking off to, I don't know, that when it comes to the, you know, the Trump wager, that he might. Can you imagine someone like Donald Trump in the event of a revolutionary war? Okay, so I figured out what we need to do is to just... I suppose really, you know, Donald Trump essentially beginning a Nazi regime in America has kind of... and replace it. I don't know what that is. And all of this Donald Trump and social progressivism, it's all causes, right? And then this is the thing about Donald Trump, right? Like, I know that the left is fearmongering. A general election, we've got Brexit, we've got Scottish independence, when we've got Trump, and we've got what's going on in Chechnya and the fascists, and there is data out there to show it. And apart from anything else, right? You got Trump, and his whole thing is, well, I'm an outsider, I'm self-supporting. There is an absolute maximum of 8 years of Trump. Now that's terrible, that is utterly terrible. He could do so many things. Bernie Sanders being, you know, gassed in Auschwitz by Donald Trump. You know what? No, that is a far right taking charge. Bigotry is on the rise and the economy slumps ever further. Trump may not be president, but his supporters aren't going. The majority of people did not actually vote for Donald Trump. So we assume that, okay, you know, best case scenario, the majority of people deciding to have a laugh and pretend that he's a Nazi supporting Trump, or you could genuinely be a nut with guns, right? I have absolutely no problem with, you know, people mowing down Trump supporters if they're coming at you with years of Donald Trump.
possibly 8 years of Donald Trump. So, yeah. You are supposed to vote for because she's better than Donald Trump, right? Because she's the lesser of two evils, right? Like, that's...
I'm presuming that maybe, you know, the Trump supporters who are still vehemently stalking me may sort of go, "Ah!" And then Mr. Bean turns up. Bloody Donald Trump, like, the alt-right and Donald Trump, they turned up like the Doctor. Yeah, maybe Brexit is tied to Trump and therefore tied to full-on Nazism. And therefore a bad thing. And I know you refuse to let me insult you, and yet that's what Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is exactly the kind of guy who will be like, your supporters have lost harder than they ever could have by electing Donald Trump, because it's like, if you waited a little longer, if it was literally, okay, you can have Clinton or you can have Trump, I would not fucking vote. Donald Trump appointing Steve Bannon, Donald Trump appointing someone who is proudly a member of the Trump's name should be fucking dirt. Indeed, Trump's name should be fucking dirt. Just don't vote for him. The alternative right has to turn on the sound. And if the alternative right gets Donald Trump elected president, then the left wing have more of a chance. And frankly, like, the Conservatives and Trump, they each feel like, yeah, they had their spasm about Trump. And this was never about Trump. What this is about sick, slimy, disgusting haters. Are the ones who want a war. The Trump supporters are the ones with the guns. The Trump supporters are the ones with the... Because also, clearly, I am such an utter fucking threat to Donald Trump right now. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. Something that I have seen with, you know, Trump being elected is that the left wing... majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute establishment who will utterly fuck over the people and will, you know, she won't be as bad as Donald Trump or Ted Cruz, but, and Donald Trump, you know, yeah, he's a fucking bastard racist, but not so simple. Because also, the moment that Donald Trump says, fuck you guys, I'm running as a third-party candidate, I hate supporters of Donald Trump because they happen to so regularly be bigoted. It would be a great deal in fact, a great deal better if Donald Trump were, in fact, secretly Jill Stein. Because many people, so many of you, leaving so many negative comments on my Why Donald Trump is So Terrifying video. Because it's like, this mass mob bother the every bloody senator and congressman and fucking aide to Trump with constant... Trump is unconscionable. We cannot allow Donald Trump, a vaguely at some points honest man, to represent the Republican Party. I have to talk about the fact that Trump is making up bullshit, that he is persecuting people. I have to. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. Socialism is the answer. I'm not saying that as a socialist, proudly trumpeting my ideology. I'm saying that... Okay, and honestly, for me, you know, it's not Donald Trump who's the big issue. It's Rupert
Rupert bloody Murdoch. Congratulations, Donald Trump, you have officially removed the democracy from America. Clinton, when she becomes the Democratic nominee, because we'll get Trump, otherwise, vote Clinton, vote Clinton. And, the fuck, where everything is fucking wrong, where Donald Trump is kind of winning, despite the fact that he's openly saying, yeah, politics is... When Putin and Donald Trump could potentially be opposite each other on opposite sides of a hot war, when... Cunt! I don't need to be reminded that Donald Trump is insane. I don't need to be reminded that America is full of crazy people. I do not need who you fucking vote for, because if it's not Clinton, Trump wins. Right? You can tell yourself, oh, but you're voting from the heart, you're voting for... And I know that I've got a lot of very right-wing Donald Trump supporters who are watching me say this. Comes on the first day of the Trump presidency, and the fucker literally hasn't had time to fuck anything up yet. I hope to fuck the Trump administration knows where the fucking line is and knows not to cross it. The vast majority of Trump supporters aren't actually the alt-right. The vast majority of Trump supporters aren't actually the far right. The vast majority... And ask for help and I will try back. No. Yes. Trump is Batman. He fucking wishes. Daughter is like, yeah, I'm complicit in Donald Trump being awesome. Yeah, you know, if that's what you think is being awesome. You know, like the fact that that Donald Trump is a reality TV star, right? That's like the one thing he's kind of good at. Loudly so that they could humiliate me. I hate Trump supporters. I absolutely fucking detest them. But Donald Trump, I don't want Donald Trump to be president. I don't want him to be Donald Trump. I don't want Donald Trump to be... Tree. Ultra Brit cuck wants to disarm Americans and hates Donald Trump. Well, maybe Donald Trump is actually kind of better, because they're both very awful, but Donald Trump kind of isn't quite so awful on certain... Against the Farshanuk, right? Because Donald Trump, he is like the definition of refuge in audacity. Free money, he might just say, fuck it, I'm running through the landmines. Like, Donald Trump and the alt-right are insane. And, you know, Bernie Sanders definitively loses. And Donald Trump gets it stolen from him. Then, single bad thing about Hillary Clinton, Trump is worse. You know, I genuinely, like, as someone who supports Bernie Sanders and myself only, you shouldn't elect Donald Trump. He is going to screw you over, and you know that, because to me, Trump isn't completely scary. He is horrible in all kinds of ways, but empathy. Something that clearly Trump supporters lack. I have empathy for all the people whose lives of people disliked Donald Trump even when he came into power, before he broke his promises, before he alienated. Now our fucking politicians are Nazis! Donald Trump backed by the KKK, backed by the neo-Nazis. Whoa! When it comes to a war, they will get their heads kicked in so fucking mightily. When we talk about Donald Trump being the next hit, I know that. Right? And to be honest, Trump is kind of one of those guys that it's like, especially, and it's like, well, who do you favour more in a fight, Donald Trump or human civilization? Human civilization. Human civilization is kind of the...
And yeah, one of my cousins voted for Trump. She's not exactly on my Christmas card list anymore.
But it is a very mutually beneficial war to Donald Trump and to ISIS. Lots of time has passed, and now on the day the day after Donald Trump wins, what is? Because I heard the story that Donald Trump had asked repeatedly, why can't we use nukes? And
What I had was the scary thing about Donald Trump, and then I talked about how him being such a terrifying monster.
the remaining part of the Republican nomination process is basically like, okay, we're not gonna let Donald Trump be the Republican nomination despite Corbyn and Bernie Sanders have offered hope. Even Donald Trump, before certain revelations about him and things that he's come.
It turns out that Trump is not the great klaxon warning sign saying, yo, the reason they're not affected by the ban is because Trump makes money from them. The country
Corporate puppet. Because it sure as shit won't be Donald Trump. You know, that's a fairly simple, easy
lot of stuff, including, you know, at length about how stupid Trump supporters are and about how really hard it is. I mean, I would have mentioned Donald Trump too, but Donald Trump he was the Republican, you know. Like, the kind of jobs that people who voted for Brexit and Trump would actually do,
as I usually do, you know, and sort of like, noting that Donald Trump isn't that good a president in a video, like, insane man. Donald Trump may not actually be a bad man. Donald Trump may not actually be the worst.
Donald Trump may be trying to say to the world that he's a nice guy, really, but he's
just a fucking awful individual. Donald Trump is harnessing negativity. Donald Trump is harnessing rage. Okay, how fucking bad would the Democratic nomination have to be to make Donald Trump look preferable, okay?
This effect is happening to this day. We see it in the alt-right, we see it in Donald Trump, we see it in Breitbart.
Children, right? Which, oh, by the way, Donald Trump has said. Donald Trump has said. So, you know, if you're thinking, well, Donald Trump is gonna need Bernie Sanders, even though he's doomed to failure, vote for Donald Trump, right? Because it doesn't matter who you fucking vote for. And for me, a vote for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton is a vote. Well, I suppose entirely hypothetical circumstance. Trump could get elected. Although I'm never going to go to America, so. For why the problem might be happening is people like Donald Trump and Nigel Farage. So they blame the foreigners. They blame the fucking because I say bad things about Donald Trump. Actually, no, I think I did actually say in my video saying why he would have gotten elected instead of Trump. But now it's Trump and Kasich, and the only way Kasich is going to win is if the contested. On the other hand, you've got Donald Trump, who is utterly racist, rich as fuck, basically says that Hillary Clinton is probably going to win. Maybe. And Donald Trump, well, he could still be squashed by when Donald Trump doesn't get the Republican nomination, he runs as a third-party candidate.
So, what about politically? What about Trump? Because we can't just, ignore him. Let him.
Because the British media has not exactly been fond of Donald Trump. But, there is probably going to be a lot of people who are going to vote for Trump.
Quite plainly, is a neoconservative. Donald Trump, by the definitions of the alt-right, is a cunt. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped.
Ever give a shit that someone who thinks that Trump is a good guy, that someone who is a member of my...
Or when the government was killing a load of people. I mean, granted, Donald Trump is now doing the exact same thing, so, And I'd do videos on Trump because he'd be in the news, and so I'd talk about him. We're fucked. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about somebody whose job is sit in a fancy...
There is probably going to be a lot of people who are going to vote for Trump because fuck it, let's just watch this.
Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. And there was no fucking secret of that, because basically my first Trump video was basically shitting on Hillary Clinton and saying, hey, Bernie Sanders is better. Of American politics, or British politics, were to say the things that Donald Trump has said, they would lose.
Why Donald Trump is so very terrifying is basically saying, yeah, Donald Trump isn't actually so terrifying. What is terrifying? The whole thing off in the beginning. Are we gonna elect Mr. Insane Donald Trump? I will kill ISIS's family members. In that video where I say, that Donald Trump is the reason Donald Trump is scary, I say they might as well decide their president. Yay! And also, Donald Trump is the epitome of what the American political system has become.
Brexit is a failure to the alt-right if the free movement of people is maintained. Trump is a failure to the alt-right if all he does is follow the... This obviously very anti-Trump. Isn't immigration awesome? America is founded on this melting pot of different cultures. It's just that before it was wolf whistles. With Trump, it was wolf howls. What Trump did was make the racism of the Republican Party.
What we are going to have is Donald Trump becoming president of the United States of America. I hope. So you put Hillary Clinton up against Donald Trump, and it's just people vote for Donald Trump. Yay, fascism!
Like the bullshit they've had the last 8 years, and they're gonna go for the fucking, Trump, because it's literally their only fucking viable option.
Videos, speeches done by Trump could be faked. I know that. Of course I know. Everything that I have been reading about could and so it's kind of like, it would be terrible if Donald Trump got elected. It would genuinely be terrible. Kind of carefully pointing out how, if it is between Clinton and Trump, I will go for the enemy that we know.
I am trying to stay sane in the world of Donald Trump is fucking alt-right stalkers. I am not going to spend ages fact-checking. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped.
If it's a case between Clinton and Trump, I'll go for the monster that we all know is a fucking monster and we all know to be fucking him to do, which is a good thing. And I actually think that by voting for Trump, you will be sending a message that anti-establishment can.
Assassinating Stephen Bannon or Donald Trump would be illegal and it would be stupid. It might be morally right, but then it would... It's going to be really awkward when the war against Donald Trump breaks out. It's going to be really dirty. Have you seen Steve Bannon and fucking Donald Trump? They look like they're made of fucking donuts.
Instead, it is Clinton versus Trump. And here's the thing, guys. We've got a female president
Of Donald Trump. Like, there isn't even a slim majority in favour of Donald Trump. Because he actually lost the popular vote. In a sort of break from the Trump baiting, things are bad. Things are really bad now, and Trump might actually be so stupid as to start invading other countries, and at that point,
because the dragon is being led by Donald Trump, and actually the dragon is a bit too interested in its gold right now.
so like it's I genuinely don't think Donald Trump is gonna be the fucking second coming of Satan, right? I'm sorry. Like, for a while there, Trump was saying, you know what, we can let Russia handle this, which... And the fact that Russia... Right now, I'd be quite okay with it if Trump supporters were to suffer here. So much as I am trying to say, Donald Trump, for fuck's sake, have some fucking respect and dignity and get off fuck America again. Admittedly, Trump is working very hard to make me hate America and regard it as...
Weird parallel happening in America. Donald Trump is running for presidency and he is doing surprisingly well.
Individuals, then have you not been paying attention to goddamn Donald Trump? This is a guy who would literally have been, regardless of whether that anti-establishment candidate is Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. Because, hey, you're the people who are defending your right.
About what we're witnessing in America at the moment with Donald Trump is the one thing I keep saying to kind of...
You know, it's better that you have a Donald Trump waking people up to the fact that, hey,
the ever-loving piss out of Donald Trump. I started covering the American election. Stream joins Farshuk in the fight to lead to lead Britain against Donald Trump, and then that didn't work. And then it's like, okay, when it comes to deciding politics, that's why we have Trump, and that's why we have Theresa May and Brexit. Because people are stupid. And life, Trump wouldn't last 5 fucking seconds against the Farshuk, right?
Because he won't do what they say, right? They can bribe him, but he'll just ignore them, right? Because Donald Trump is just like, yeah, sure, I'll take... The politicians are politicians like Donald Trump. And obviously the referendum did not go as I personally would have hoped. Give people more weapons and more guns, and, you know, you're gonna have Donald Trump saying, well, of course we should, you know, deport all the Muslims, right?
Destroying the fascistic elements backing the Trump administration. I am absolutely in favour of that because morally it is.
In that situation, in a situation where it is Donald Trump and his supporters as the fucking government,
Like pretty much everyone I follow is saying, "Oh, Trump's a bastard. We mustn't let Trump win. Yes, Clinton. Yay, Clinton." And I am ever so slightly
is quite okay about Planned Parenthood. Ah, well, Donald Trump has said good things on occasion. We are. And Erdogan is worse than Trump. Erdogan is worse than Clinton. Erdogan is
bad racist bastards. And I suppose they elect Trump, so they are. So, like, and then the other issue is that, yeah, let's talk about Trump's coverage of terrorism, right? So, it is going to go down this year. You know, like, 2016 was when we voted for Trump and Brexit. 2017 is when we have to is my promise to you, America. Donald Trump is going to drown you in his shit. I've seen it said, well, if Donald Trump isn't reason enough to form a violent militia, then I don't know what is. And, you know, obviously, and they're not getting the protections that Donald Trump is. See, will be more likely to vote for them, to join their cause. Donald Trump blames ISIS and he gets, you know, now you're gonna have the fall. Now you're gonna have 8 years of Donald Trump or Ted Cruz, right? Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. He might use nukes! Donald Trump hasn't ruled out using nukes! This is Donald Trump outwardly crying to the fucking face of Trump or Clinton. I know Clinton is horrible. Trump might not be. He could genuinely be Hitler 2.0. Trump supporters. Because you know what Trump supporters did last night? Trump supporters created a thread where they wrote a hate fic. Or to be more precise, Stephen O'Bannon is fucking scary and Donald Trump is just fucking weird. Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Because I don't know, maybe, you know, Trump's going to still turn out to be a moderate and we won't have to worry about anything like, you know, destroyed rival that essentially Donald Trump is the one politician who I think could asshole in the world. If you are Donald Trump, if you are Ivanka Trump, if you are one of the richest motherfucking morons on the planet who takes social climbers days for other people under the bus all the time. And now, thanks to Donald Trump, the precedent of throwing out. But no, Donald Trump is just, he's a ridiculous fool. He shouldn't be allowed near power. But the problem, he doesn't flip-flop like Donald Trump does every 5 fucking minutes. Bernie Sanders, neo-Nazis have decided to embrace Donald Trump as the new hope for the Nazis, and they really support him. The thing about Trump is that Trump isn't some kind of archenemy. He isn't some evil genius. In World 3,000,000,048, where, you know, Trump wins the election and you end up in this dystopian society, right? Be a fucking UKIP supporting, Donald Trump supporting fucking Nazi dickhead. It just means that you can't fucking do it in the faces of... Donald Trump has been a fucking mad fool from the beginning. But at the same time, like, there was... I think fucking fucked. I think this is worse than Trump. I think this could be a Hitler moment. Because Donald Trump knows that if he annoys the left will talk about him a lot, and it doesn't fucking assholes. If they got rid of Trump, that would be so fucking good. I do not like Theresa May. If they... The Clinton administration knew what Trump was like. For God's sake, you've seen the pictures, bloody... My defense of Donald Trump is that, well, he's just an idiot. He doesn't really believe all this shit. He's gonna get spoiling for a fight against Trump and the alt-right. And to these people who are anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. Be violent and you know, get Trump into power through being violent. But beware, if you do that, bad. Trump, you mentioned Trump and not liking him, therefore we're gonna insult you. I was caring about the politics, and then basically Trump was elected and turned out to be basically full-on Nazi, and then hard Brexit happened. And incidentally, I do find it hilarious how so many Trump supporters, how so many I feel like, in a sense, Trump is a sign of this working, in that what this should be. It's kind of terrifying watching Trump's rise to power in America, because this is the guy you want in charge of your fucking new... Have to talk about, oh, I have a big dick. Oh, do you, Mr. Trump? Oh, fucking do you? Well, guess what, Mr. Trump? I have a fucking tiny... Today, that, like... Thing about Donald Trump is that you can never be... You're never quite sure where you are with him. Terrorists want us to do. We do not need to be spreading fucking terror. And that is what Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump is a terrorist, and he is aiding the... Unless the GOP decide to commit political suicide, Donald Trump is definitely... And then it's like, well, maybe Jill Stein. Well, yeah, but then Trump would still win. But maybe a vote for Trump against the establishment. So please, for fuck's sake, anything but fucking Trump. Thank you to all my Patreons at patreon.com for helping to make they watch the first 5 seconds of this of why Donald Trump is scary video, and they go, oh, you're they aren't gonna. Donald Trump could be bloody anger. Donald Trump is someone who is utterly nationalistic in terms of his rhetoric about building his fucking ass. Admittedly, Trump may well be that stupid, but I'm probably reasonably safe from Trump, admittedly. Trump. You know how we all sort of looked at Trump and said, oh, he's so funny, he's totally on our side, and then it turned out he actually, I'm going to find you, I'm going to stalk you, and I'm going to tell your testes a fucking girl. Trump is amazing, he is a god, a fucking man. Donald Trump is just utterly fucking mad. I mean,
isn't America having a revolution yet? And they are cheering the violence that is done to Trump supporters. And the answer is, okay. Now there are some people who have said, well, you know, Donald Trump has said some left-wing things. He has said that he is against.
Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. And then Brexit happened. Trump kept getting closer to being elected.
I mean, if it's Clinton or Trump, that's like saying, would you like to be killed by having your balls?
Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped.
But Donald Trump, I don't think that Donald Trump is as bad as his supporters. He might
Disastrous as he could have been, as he could still be. Donald Trump is the shell that lands in your trench. Today, and Russia was pretty much sponsoring a lot of the anti-Trump, a lot of the anti-Clinton, pro-Trump,
endorsed Trump over Clinton because it is better the devil you can see, and everybody fucking knows they should fight.
That this is happening, and it's shitty that essentially Trump got elected, which means that, you know, to a certain extent, Theresa May has to equally, like, I love microphilia. I love the idea of shrunken women and, like, little pet women. Like, this, nothing I write will ever be as fucking funny or as tragic as Donald Trump's actual fucking policies and saying, hey dude, I only think the whites are an oppressed people. Dude, everybody slanders Trump. He only wants to build a wall to keep out the Supreme Court, by Congress, by the Senate. You know, Trump can lead, but if he's doing stupid shit, which is
not violence against fascists, it's violence against Trump supporters, and it's violence against those you politically
shit that has happened in the American presidential election. I mean, Donald Trump is a guy who had a tower with his, and it's not about Trump, and it's not about the alt-right, it's not about racism. The social justice movement will have a go at Donald Trump saying, you know, all these Mexicans are rapists coming over here to steal our jobs.
Like me to say that 4chan is the best thing ever, and Donald Trump is truly the man who will save the world, and Hillary Clinton is
my channel, and the growth of the abuse that I have gotten started when I made a Donald Trump video that people didn't understand.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and Donald Trump has said he will nuke ISIS.
Shown what he was going to do. That you could kind of make a case for Trump in the sense that, like, videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
And for me, right, I have never been a Trump supporter, right? I made an hour-long video of a vote for Hillary, and, you know, or maybe Donald Trump won't be that bad. You know, there are so many other ways that things could work out.
One. Have a good jerk off. Masturbate over pictures of Melania Trump. Go on. Film is just like, that's why we have Trump. That's why we have Brexit. Because basically a whole load of people are like, stand that this guy is not the guy you want leading the country. Even Trump supporters are like, okay, we fucked up.
It's like a white guy tried to kill Donald Trump. Anyway, so moving on, back to blaming all of the colored people and the Mexicans, and that's the one thing anybody fucking knows about Donald Trump at this point, is that he's gonna build a fucking wall, you know. Hey, you're crazy. You scare me, Alex, you scare me far more than Trump. And it's like, yeah, okay, those are cool, those get to stay. Have a choice that you like. Because the people want Donald Trump. It's clear they do. The alt-right want Donald Trump. Because, yeah, Donald Trump is a fucking madman. But you know that Hillary Clinton is a war criminal. You know that Hillary Clinton,
Quite honestly, a skunk could be better than Donald Trump. But
so that means that, you know, that Donald Trump could almost run opposed to a certain extent. Like, I realise there may be
anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. Right? And it's like, Nigel Farage succeeds in Brexit, Donald Trump succeeds in becoming president, Marine Le Pen needs to go, Donald Trump should not be president, and that Donald Trump's administration should be fought with every fucking...
But you know what? All those things are going to happen regardless of whether you vote for Donald Trump or for Hillary Clinton. So, look, it's failed and it's gone bankrupt and I've got all your money now, so fuck you. That's Donald Trump. And Hillary Clinton, right, is kind of what?
Because everybody's talking about party politics. Everybody's talking about Trump. Everybody is talking about Theresa May or Jeremy Corbyn. Trans radicals fucking deserve each other. Which I suppose is why Donald Trump is an alt-right who is... Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic...
That's not gonna fucking stop the right-wingers. They're gonna vote for Donald Trump because, well, he's a fucking powerful white man, he's rich, or paid! Right, I get it, there are cunts. Cunts exist, there are bastards out there in the world who will only respect
very particularly stupid, like a Trump supporter, in order to, you know, think that, you know, equality is a bad thing.
I feel like, you know, congratulations President Trump is, well, first, Hillary Clinton could still be indicted for,
Basically, you know, a dom, and it's like, all these people who love Donald Trump are basically a load of submissives going...
Give me a fucking Trump victory over that. Give me an enemy. Contested convention, somebody more moderate would have gotten elected instead of Trump. But now it's Trump and Kasich, and, you know, I think that he can, because, you know, it's entirely possible that Donald Trump could become the vote.
You know what that means? That means there are more people who oppose Trump than there are Trump supporters.
If nothing else, right, they want to say, okay, Donald Trump is trying to run as a third party candidate. We're gonna lose
Within the American government. And at the same time, those who are supporting Donald Trump, they're gonna be looking around at all... And the thing is that they did say so in the case of Trump and in the case of... The problem here, I think that Trump is an idiot and that he has some very genuinely unsettling views and that he could just... And so it's like, Donald Trump, he can get elected because, you know what, he's too stupid, he's not actually going to try.
Issue with the potential of Donald Trump setting up fucking gas chambers, because it isn't going to happen. Because if it happens, then guess what? I'm not in favour of Donald Trump, because I'm not in favour of Donald Trump, but like, I can respect the right of the help them hold power. Some of them, like Donald Trump, are leveraging the xenophobia opportunistically, right? So even people who don't think Trump is that bad, like me, for example, are looking at Trump saying, hey, nasty, horrible thing, like Donald Trump. And I needed time to process and think and feel and just the alt-right saying, well, how will you feel when God Emperor Trump kills you? Well, I'd be dead. But I wouldn't feel anything, because I will have ceased orchestrating fascistic policies through essentially puppeting Donald Trump. I mean, like, it has now emerged that Donald... This is why it would kind of be a good thing if Donald Trump became, you know, the Republican candidate, or... And I opened this talking about Trump, talking about the alt-right, talking about Nazi, who says, fuck it, I'm gonna write a story about a woman being shrunk and kept as a pet. Even if we've seen the shit that she has done, right? And yes, Donald Trump could equally be as bad. Of moving behind him, and people who are not going to vote for Clinton or for Trump, they will want a third option. I can't help laughing at the thought that his supporters are just like, yeah, Daddy Trump, yeah, he's so tough and dominating. Which means that if Donald Trump becomes the candidate, they get one choice. They get one option. Trump's unpredictable. That's why he was so fucking hard to nail down, right? That's how Brexit was sold. That's how Trump was sold. Because, well, do you want the thing that you know consistently, or anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. For, you know, rich cunts like Donald Trump. So, you know, I feel like Donald Trump is being very imbecilic here. In that he does limitations. Right? Trump can write executive orders, but they can be fought against by... We've got great policies. That's Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who is someone who is all about style over substance, and end up in a scenario. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I mean, I personally think Trump is more likely to win in America. I basically did what Donald Trump is telling the American people. Oh no, it's okay. I'll pay for it now. You know, maybe I'm preparing for the apocalypse that happens when Trump takes power, or Clinton takes power. Maybe Trump supporters are the enemy. Or Senate could stop motions being passed, you know. Donald Trump will have power, but I do not think that he will well, you know, America, clearly you've got to vote for Donald Trump because, you know, Hillary Clinton, she's clearly the next Margaret Thatcher. The alt-right, the far right, to make a martyr out of Trump, to make a grand revolutionary hero out of us. As a people, as global citizens, we're fucked. Unless you are literally Donald Trump, you're dead. A candidate saying he will arrest the person he's running against. Donald Trump fucking done that. You know, that's
that's a bit Donald Trump right there. That get kind of was a bit fucking creepy. Porting the wall thing is just ridiculous because I don't even think Trump thinks he's going to build a wall. Particular answer they pick, just so long as they don't support Donald Trump because, well, he's going to build the wall. And he's started hating on me for saying, look, basically Donald Trump isn't the problem. The problem is that please, just let us be clear on one thing. Trump is not going to build your fucking wall. But he said he was going to do it. Donald Trump, I actually don't think is so bad. I actually think Donald Trump may be the best thing to happen for... One of my favourite sort of jokey theories about Donald Trump is the idea that... That's the other thing. Sam Harris, Donald Trump, you know... I've seen Sam Harris say, well, I've listened to one currently being tried because of his Trump University scam. Basically, what I'm saying is that Trump is a liar. We look at Trump and we see a horrible monster. But Trump is an entertainer. A shite one, but he is an entertainer. And thinking about assassinating the person he's running against, or Donald Trump's done that. A candidate saying he will arrest the person he's running against, Donald Trump. Right, narratively, Donald Trump is a guy you cannot make an analog for that works as of the policies that are going to come wrong. You fight against the very things that Trump was elected upon. You fight against... Sorry about that. Yes, as I was saying, Donald Trump is a non-establishment candidate, right? And the thing... See, if Bernie Sanders had been running against Donald Trump, then you could have had the politics of hope against the politics of derision. You know, Bernie Sanders had a chance against Donald Trump, but the establishment was scared. The establishment saw quietly in the background and tried to desperately distract away from the fact that Donald Trump is in a position of power because at the human race in the form of the Trump administration. And so I think a bit of levity is in order. Saying hell yes, everybody vote for Donald Trump. Because in that situation, if you vote for Donald Trump, and unlike your Lord Führer, Donald Trump, I do have a undersized pork sausage. Getting the fuck out. I mean, the fact that Donald Trump supporters are literally coming out and saying, no. And realise that I'm actually talking about how the political system is scary and that actually Donald Trump probably isn't that bad and is actually just a symptom of how people who genuinely believe that Trump needs to build that wall, damn it! And they will be very angry and upset with me, and that's okay. Muslims get the blame, Donald Trump gets the credit for having, you know, been right about them dangerous Muslims. My name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and I'm having a kind of Donald Trump day today. You know, when words just... Bernie Sanders is doing what he's doing for the American people. Essentially, Donald Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. He is saying... Nazi, if you are genocidal, if you are in any way a fan of the Trump administration, is to start undermining it and the vast majority of people who voted for Trump voted for him because he was just the lesser of two. One small part of the reason why I fucking hate Trump supporters. But for me,
I feel like America is in a really bad situation. Our fucking president. We now expect fucking, you know, Donald Trump to be sort of on the phone with, you know, fucking Alu Akbar or whatever.
Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped.
Here and they're gonna fuck your shit up if you don't make me president. And it's just like, Donald Trump, you do not want to do that. You with the truth. How dare you? How dare you? Donald Trump is unconscionable. We cannot allow Donald Trump a vaguely acceptable. You've got Donald Trump as the anti-establishment candidate on the right. Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen.
To Milo and Breitbart and Steve Bannon and Donald Trump, you don't have to be fucking Pepe. You do not have to be...
It's only a joke, you know. It's when Donald Trump says, hey, wouldn't it be funny if, you know, the Second Amendment people are saying, don't give a fuck. It may be, in fact, that Donald Trump is scary not because he is Hitler 2.0, but because he is...
But at least he fucking stands for something. It's basically why we have Trump. Right? Because basically, all these millennials and all these disaffected voters of certain political situations, I'm not talking about why someone may have voted Trump or someone may have voted third party. I understand that in cases of Donald Trump and in Brexit and in other situations that the Trump is a monster. And it is now my job to report on it. I don't really care though.
When someone fucking shot someone in your fucking country, you're fucking trying to assassinate Donald Trump and he got off okay, yeah, like all this.
Some of us actually quite like Jeremy Corbyn, some of us actually really hate Donald Trump. Some of us think that actually, yeah, we do need to regulate capitalism.
If you live in a dystopian world where, you know, Donald Trump is, you know, is Führer, grinding in politics, if Donald Trump got in over one of the other identicate fucking corrupt fuckers,
will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and universal basic income rightward.
That's the dangerous thing here. It could be that if Donald Trump is elected, what happens is that the right-wing idiots, right, you've had the establishment attacking Donald Trump time after time after time after time after time. And you know what that...
If you hate what Hillary Clinton stands for, therefore you should vote for Donald Trump because he's not Hillary Clinton and...
Fine! Send him wherever Donald Trump is, it'll be fine. He's got money, you can take care of him. Look, just the rich corporations are properly taxed. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for everything that is great about Britain.
Has decided to no platform Donald Trump, which basically on our part is kind of suicidal, because like we have this, you know, you got fucking women coming forward all the time of saying, hey, Donald Trump sexually assaulted me, Donald Trump sexually assaulted me.
A jubilant day for Bernie Sanders, because to be honest, up against Donald Trump, who couldn't fail to win over?
Fucksgiving has been and it has gone because Trump's president. I mean, it might not technically actually be by the time,
you know, the Daily Mail was saying, hey, Trump will... Freudian slip that.
Right, like that's the way things are in America. If Trump gets elected, you could end up having the party of the right wing, because this is bigger than any fucking one of us. You know, Trump may seem so very maybe this liberal state will be able to blunt the terror of Trump, maybe? I want my friends to be okay.
They've just got one more option to vote for than the communists. Well, now, thanks to Donald Trump, they don't even have that. I mean, I know that we're all
the epitome of what the American political system has become, okay? Donald Trump is a wealthy, lazy...
If it came to it, if Donald Trump crossed that line, then you can be damn bloody certain.
Hot. Even if Donald Trump conquers the entirety of the fucking world and he starts going around purging,
Ask them to do what he wants, you don't listen to him. But George Osborne does. Donald Trump does. Ted Cruz does. Marco Rubio.
for a good few months, it's just wiped out. And the great terror of Trump ain't really as
Seemed to be Donald Trump. Although the establishment could still overwhelm that. Basically,
with Jeremy Corbyn, with Nigel Farage and Donald Trump and Brexit and Marine Le Pen. Incidentally, yeah, I think Donald Trump's going to be the president. I think that's basically.
you love him! You love him! You worship at his fucking altar! Right? Trump is so awesome! I mean, yes, he's failed every business he's ever run. There are monsters out there in the world. Real monsters. Like Donald Trump, Nigel Farage, and Boris. Say you're bankrupt and write off a load of debt, you're gonna do that. So he's done that. And Trump is a man who says a lot about how...
But the danger of Trump and of Brexit and of UKIP isn't these individual things that might on videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. And what I've seen with Trump is that, you know, the actors who played these characters I cared about on the West Wing is America, and now we have Trump. So, I mean, the thing is that Jeremy Corbyn is not, he's not fucking Lenin. He locked me in a room with Nigel Farage, George Osborne, Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump. I would try to be serious and how goddamn terrifying Donald Trump is. Now, before I begin, just want to mention, get rid of the fucking guns! And begging, saying, no, Trump, never Trump. And it's like whoever wins, America and the world loses. Because if I said, didn't I? I fucking said in my fucking first Trump video, the scary thing about Trump. And then, sure enough, eventually later, Donald Trump wins in the electoral college. And so, after that point, right? Because they don't want that, right? Donald Trump is a guy who isn't a politician and honest. And I really need to blow my nose, so jump cut! So, Clinton versus Trump. Alien versus Predator. Godzilla versus Gamera. It's like, okay, what if Donald Trump was smart, more evil even than he is in reality, and backed by a fucking... Like, that's the year, 2017, is the year Donald Trump properly becomes president of the United States of America. The political situation, and vote these people out. And be ready so that should the Trump administration take a turn, they are getting so very desperate, and Donald Trump crossed the line, and as a result, Donald Trump decides to run as a third-party candidate. In that situation, proof. You want justice. You don't want to look to Nigel Farage, to fucking Donald Trump. You don't want to look to the racists and bigots of the world. You want to look to not Hillary Clinton. Vote Trump, because if you don't get Bernie Sanders, vote and you can lead into entering into the real world. And then Trump got elected, and I'm like, oh shit, the real world is actually gonna make the dystopia on Twitter, and you instead, I don't know, go follow Donald Trump or whoever it is you fucking like, because that they can win, who think that now is their time to shine, that after Brexit and Trump, that they are glorious and might possibly fucking happen, right? It's already happened. Trump got elected. Fascism is on the rise. Things are not good. Is essentially suck votes away from Donald Trump, so that therefore when it came to have a contested convention. But the thing about Donald Trump is that he is a businessman. He listens to money. He, for example, are looking at Trump saying, hey, if this guy wins, what if somebody competent decides they're gonna... Heck, one of my fucking family is a fucking Trump supporter. But I will gladly fucking shaft her if it's Trump supporters. And I do think that it is Trump supporters, or Republicans in general, that is just like, hey, it was just a lone wolf! Yeah, and Donald Trump is making up fucking terrorist attacks to justify his stuff. That the whole Trump thing happened, that knocked me off guard. And then I got the job. Because that are big and important and serious, like sort of Trump essentially now being Hitler in his bunker, being like, holy sh... Conscious of the fact that I've been drinking quite a lot lately, because, to be honest, Trump got elected. I started watching a lot more things, and I'm right now. So to kind of watch this show that kind of opens so triumphantly with America is awesome, and the Secret Service is just going to drag him away. And Donald Trump is just going to be like, any serious questions? He said, yeah, we know that, you know, the people voted for you, Donald Trump, but fuck the people, we're not the Democrats. UKIP won. And Donald Trump won, and all these Nazis won. A man who bragged about committing sexual and fucking aid to Trump with constant calls for Trump to stand down, for all these bills to be stopped. Because, you know, at least if Donald Trump wins, then, or at least if Donald Trump gets, at least if it's... Is probably, I think, the best thing about Donald Trump in kind of a historical point of view, because there is rallies across the world in defiance of Trump. The fact that yes, Theresa May was a fucking laptop. This is just out and out racism. This is Donald Trumping, right? And it failed, right? It failed because
turns out, despite gonna get worse. Things are gonna get worse. Because if Donald Trump doesn't win, if Bernie Sanders doesn't win, you vote for anybody other than Clinton or Trump, Trump wins. It's just the way it is. Right? Now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope a movement against him, right? All these people who are allied in favor of Clinton, never Trump, never Trump, never Trump. What they are doing right now is they are keeping fucking stum. Right? In that Donald Trump is going on about how, hey, wouldn't it be funny if
because it is categorically the best. If you look up the Trumps, it is the best. It is the top of the Trumps. It wins.
no matter who that person is. And you know what? Even if that person is Donald Trump, and in fact, almost especially, right? Hillary Clinton, the whole Clinton campaign was all about, hey, Trump's such a monster. Hey, don't you dare vote. I don't actually think that if it is a choice between Clinton and Trump, that I will hate you. Dickhead. But you kind of have to love the balls of the man, because Donald Trump just walks up and says, meanwhile, all the xenophobes are sort of charging on, and when Donald Trump happens to say anything the xenophobes don't like, that doesn't change the fact that Trump isn't going to be God Emperor of America. At the moment, is something that is giving me hope and a reason to live, right? Because yes, Donald Trump is fucking scary right now. To use a weapon that can wipe out all life on planet Earth. No, Donald Trump is that stupid. He is that stupid. Never mind that actually Donald Trump's support was actually coming from a lot of the same people who dangerous Donald Trump is, because the problem isn't Donald Trump. The problem is the alt-right. Kicking into gear and is ready to destroy neoliberalism. Because, god damn it, Trump and Brexit have happened, the left are ready to kick.
I get the money, and if it doesn't work out, that's your fault, and I'm not going to do anything. Which is basically what Trump has done his entire life.
Made free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic income. The joke that it might be okay to have Trump as president, right? Like, that's kind of the sort of thing where, like, there in 4 years to vote out Trump, to vote out the Conservatives, then we die. It's just a case of how many and for how long. Trump could be that rare thing. A thief. Why do you care what goes on in America? Why do you care if they elect Donald Trump? Why do you care if they elect Marco Rubio? In that, like, okay, Trump's a git. Trump's a hellish arsehole. How do I send a message that I am Senator Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, if you just step this way, please, it'll be over there. Even Gareth Johnson, just don't vote for Donald fucking Trump. But it is a case where there might be legitimate was fucking running against fucking Donald Trump. He would have crushed Donald Trump, right? Because then you would have had a change candidate with regards to, like, you know, Trump and you know, basically Trump's Nazis, right? That
with Trump's Nazis and with Brexit essentially driving deep economic downturn, austerity, breakup of the EU, Donald Trump, and 2016 being a horrible, horrible pile of shit. Women's March going on about Donald Trump, and he's so horrible because he's gonna attack Planned Parenthood. You know, we still have problems. We still have massive problems, as can be seen with Donald Trump at the moment and his lackeys. Like the Phantom Menace, and how basically the Phantom Menace predicted Donald Trump. Because of course, you know, Anakin. Who am I kidding? I don't care about being sued. I'm going to die. So then you've got Donald Trump, who is just overtly in a race where Donald Trump can get so highly elected that the Overton window, that the no guns, all guns go, get rid of the guns. Now anyway, as I was saying, Donald Trump, the fact that he is approaching fairly swiftly, and then it's like Brexit happened, Trump got elected, fuck. Right, because the whole idea was Steve Bannon and, you know, Ann Coulter, all that lot of garbage, you know, Trump as their fucking mascot. You know how they say Donald Trump could be someone who is exploiting that, but I think that's kind of the left wing. You have been you, this has been a train wreck, we're all going to die when Trump announces his decree of the final solution. 3/4 of an hour describing, right? Even if you are a Nazi who voted for Trump because you want him to be Hitler. Oh my god, what if there's another 9/11, but they've got a briefcase nuke? And here's Donald Trump saying, I'm gonna send massive nuke. Harnessing negativity. Donald Trump is harnessing rage. Now imagine if we could harness that energy for Trump is everything that you despise. Because Trump is Wall Street. Trump had Trump married an immigrant who worked illegally. Presenting for being critical of Trump. Well, you motherfuckers. When I get this thing written, if I get this thing written, right, there is no way that Trump and Stephen Bannon end this as the victors, as the heroes. As though it's a game of fucking top trumps, right? And it's like, well, you see, this guy committed destroy your free speech. Donald Trump is going to utterly fucking obliterate your free speech. Because if you don't yeah. I'm not meaning to bash Trump here. It's just like, I've done that before. It doesn't of America actually voted against Donald Trump, and the majority of America is actually very angry that the alt-right has. I don't actually think Donald Trump is as mad as he is claiming to be. I think that Donald Trump is a man. If people decide to criticize Donald Trump. So I think Trump is probably going to become president. But I basically confirmed that Donald Trump is a fascist who is going to start turning America into a dystopian police state. If it wasn't already. And to the eventual destruction of Donald Trump's regime. Goodbye. I would be utterly horrified, just as I would be if Donald Trump got elected President of the United States,
But he is not the alt-right. What Donald Trump is, quite plainly, is a neoconservative. Donald Trump. YouTube, I've got to keep plodding away. I've got to keep reacting to Trump. And I swear to fucking Christ. Like. So it's like, you know, people are scared of Donald Trump because, like, what suddenly all of the xenophobes are like, yeah, Trump, which is exactly what Trump has sort of been doing. No, Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is going to destroy your free speech. Donald Trump is going to, you know, shifting rightward. Now, I know to a lot of Trump supporters, the idea of the Overton window shifting rightward, and you know, this is in, you know, alternate universe 3,286,000,000, right? Donald Trump is not going to win the election. Okay. If you've had a Donald Trump or someone, you know, what happens once you have had tentatively pro-Trump because it's better the enemy you know than the enemy you don't know? Swear to God, I legitimately thought Trump had just, you know, done a thing, like, you know, the thing going on in Sweden.
Can just do what they want, and in America they basically can. You know, I mean, Donald Trump is basically saying we're gonna get rid of all of
It's all along, but you know what? Now suddenly it's making sense, because apparently now Trump is basically a child raping. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of friends who are gonna be like, dude, he's fucking Donald Trump, he's insane. And I know, America. It's difficult to know with Donald Trump what he is or what he isn't, because how much of realistic possibility that Jill Stein and the Greens could win against Trump, then I would say vote. Your leader, ladies and gentlemen, God Emperor Trump, populist demagogue of America, uniting the fucking, you know, raping a kid. Well, Donald Trump's done it. Well, a candidate, you know, joking about assassinating the person. These aren't the people who need to be debated anyway, because the vast majority of Trump supporters aren't actually the alt-right. Hey, if you vote for Trump, you're voting for a fascist, right? There are people who are going to vote for Trump just because they don't like Hillary Clinton. Vulnerability! Target at the masculinity! See, if Donald Trump had actually gone onto TV and said, you know, I've actually got a small... Trump doesn't scare me because there's a time limit on him. The guy after Trump, the guy is potentially being used to fucking elect Donald Trump as president, and hopefully, thank God, he's probably not gonna get elected, mate. Donald Trump may not actually be an insane man. Donald Trump may not actually be Donald Trump. And in fact, almost especially if that person is Donald Trump, if it is Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. People voted for Hitler, people voted for Brexit, people voted for Trump. Yeah, the reason they voted for those things was because all we would have been doing is putting off Trump or someone like him for another 4 years, another 8 years. We'd have just kicked bitches on the Daily Show or whatever, saying, ha ha ha, look how dumb Trump supporters are, ha 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 ha. Because, like, these
a genuinely terrifying individual.
And to be honest, you know, Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, both kind of horrible. And of the two, maybe. And I'm sorry, Trump supporters. But you think you're immune? You think that if you side,
given everything that's happened lately with regards to Trump, that people aren't really keen to accept when a guy says no.
and maybe when you see a video saying why Donald Trump is so terrifying, you know exactly why.
Not in the sense of like, oh, maybe Trump won't nuke the Earth, but in the sense that we are already 2017, and already there are far more than enough reasons why Donald Trump's administration is incredibly fucked up.
Donald Trump needs to lose. Donald Trump cannot be allowed to win in the next in the general election in America. Donald really heard, aside from, you know, Donald Trump himself, voicing this ridiculous idea that somehow Apple
how this works, like, you compare Marine Le Pen to Donald Trump, and it's like, Donald Trump is a complete and utter fucking moron. Right? After Brexit, after Trump, right? You cannot now side with the establishment thinking that they
you've just had Barack Obama. Do you really want to go from Barack Obama to Donald Trump? I mean, yes, Hillary Clinton is flawed in a lot. You're someone who, like some of my hate base, thinks that Donald Trump is someone who should be voted for. So, I shared of like, hey, Donald Trump has said he might use nukes. Donald Trump hasn't ruled out using nukes.
had all that. Well, okay, we didn't have Brexit, but like, we had a lot of that before Trump got elected. You know,
Because they'll beat Trump. But it's not.
of the presidency. You know, the madness of King Trump. And so, yeah, people are worn out. Frankly, I'm worn out.
I said before that my position is Trump over Clinton, because at least we know we should be fighting. Eastwood, to a certain extent, Donald Trump, Nigel Farage, like all these old fuckers are still there dictating fight for the delegates, and it turns out that Donald Trump, a man who has failed at every business that he has done, who would literally Trump to be president. I don't want him to be Donald Trump. I don't want Donald Trump to be president at all. And indeed, yes, I also don't want.
It's hard to know with Donald Trump whether he is genuinely sincere in what he believes or whether he is. They were passing legislation in Congress, and you know, Trump could and ah and go, oh, you know, this is very unpopular, but troll movement happening off to the left. But now Trump's in power, and he's actually electing right-wing nationalistic bastards that
I did actually say in my video saying why Donald Trump is terrifying. I actually said, to be honest, he's anti-establishment. Vote. Because I don't think that Donald Trump is as mad and sadistic as he says. And I don't think that
and it's like, I don't need to send a message about Trump with my fiction, because I've got this choice between Trump and an establishment candidate who's going to be exactly like the bullshit they've had the last 8. I'm not drunk. Because you know what? I made one video saying, hey, you know what? Donald Trump isn't actually the big issue here. The big for that fucking Draco. These are both stories that were fucking predicated on the idea that Donald Trump would fucking lose and Hillary Clinton.
Democratic socialism, and yeah, Trump or Clinton, that's going to be bad either way. But at the very least,
That you shouldn't talk about hating Trump. I know, let's make it really financially viable and important for mistakes. That doesn't excuse all the horrible things done in Trump's name, but they're not
killing people and committing genocide and, you know, suggesting that we deport Muslims like Trump. So, yeah, I mean, she was kind of the desperate cries of, oh, the Conservatives are right, oh, Trump is right, because,
Congratulations, President Donald Trump. Congratulations to the alt-right. Congratulations.
given that I am from England, born and bred, but, you know, fuck it. If Trump can get elected, why not me?
Trump is himself evil. I think Donald Trump is an idiot. I don't think that he is some grand
Labour's austerity light. So this is why I was initially in favour of voting Trump or Cruz if Hillary wins the Democratic nomination.
But I gotta say, the fact that Trump, regardless of what damage he does, has got to... Which are the real ones? You know? What day, Donald Trump, are you gonna support? Are you gonna support the... I mean, what?
I just hate them both. I just hate Clinton and Trump both. Walter, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are both liars. The difference is that at least Hillary Clinton is a good liar, and you know, Trump supporters aren't that violent, Bernie supporters aren't that violent, Hillary supporters aren't that violent. They're actually applause, and it's like you'd think that would be what happens if Donald Trump wins, right? That's your populist.
It's not my pile of shit to fucking live with. And Trump probably won't actually nuke Britain. Clinton, under the guise of a title saying that Donald Trump was a problem. Because when
Donald Trump, it's clear they do. The alt-right want Donald Trump, right? And to be honest, right, you know, right. So I'm not in favour of Donald Trump, because I'm not in favour of Donald Trump, but like, I can respect, aside from that, you know, yeah, I do want to disarm Americans, and I do hate Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is an idiot, but the point of that,
Just top Trump style of, this is awesome because it is categorically the best. If you look up the Trumps,
that doesn't matter, she's still better than Trump, because Trump may not act, because hey, fucking Donald Trump got elected. Anything is possible. I'm gonna press people, and you know, Donald Trump, you know, the whole grab 'em by the pussy thing. I'm being very careful. I survived. I fucking survived. Brexit and Trump. I survived being called transphobic.
and I say, we get great policies. You want to talk about great policies? We've got great policies. That's Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who is someone who is all is up there, and it's just, you know, suddenly Donald Trump is like, well, you see, I'm the populist, and I'm independent, and I'm not
I'm gonna have to make sure I do lots and lots of videos talking about how stupid Trump and his supporters are, so that they'll keep giving me lots of lovely, lovely ads. for all that, it's arguable that Donald Trump is, the rise of a totally insane Adolf Hitler. But I think the danger of Donald Trump is that he has tapped into but Trump is a symbol now. We do so love Trump, and we are so very, very critical of Hillary Clinton, and the song is joining. And it was, I cited Trump himself agreeing that yes, maybe white police. I have already pissed off the Trump supporters. Indeed, I have gotten their ire. I get regular. After all of that, Donald Trump supporters are still fucking standing by him. First, we're gonna hear reports that that Trump has decided. So you're gonna die if you voted for Trump, which means it's crap, right? And particularly, you see this among Donald Trump supporters. They have no empathy, right? They can't imagine what it is, because racism is a tool being used by Donald Trump to get into power, because Donald Trump is someone who is so anti-establishment that the very corporate power that Donald Trump supposedly stands against, right? Because he's running by him. Donald Trump is a monster. Donald Trump is a narcissistic psychopath. Donald Trump is specifically as part of a story about how Donald Trump constantly flip-flops. Because the story is bad shit. The story is never the smartest thing to do. Donald Trump is a complete fucking imbecile, so you never know what he's gonna do. People are criticizing Donald Trump. Well, I mean, I'm getting in on the game because fuck him, right? Time after time, hey, support Clinton or you're supporting Trump. Then if you never want to support Clinton because you feel like because when the end of the Trump administration comes, you want to say that you were version of the Pascal wager, except the Trump wager. Trump may not actually be. I've seen this in the approaches to like Donald Trump, that we're not trying to say he's not fit for office because he's a Trump time after time after time after time after time. And you know what that does? That makes Donald Trump look fucking good. The video that I will link to in the video description about Donald Trump and how his supporters are generally above. There's going to be somebody else to become the lefty leader that people deserve. Equally, in America, like Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders living in England. The fact that Trump and his supporters are going around beating up on bloody Muslim white man. Doesn't matter whether you're talking about Putin or Murdoch or Trump. Or indeed, it's not as simple as Donald Trump won, therefore everybody thinks that Donald Trump was a good idea and that they all agree with the alt-right. And so Donald Trump is making the immigration issue more known about, as people in videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic, or the war in Syria, or whether Trump will be president, which he probably will be, because those things, I think if you're left wing,
in America, I feel like Donald Trump should terrify you, because Donald Trump shows that they understand that there might be people who are desperately hoping that Donald Trump will be the anti-establishment candidate. I think that party system again, that people can vote for a third option. If Donald Trump can surprisingly be the true and feminist hero that nobody expects and who has the power to then fucking scrap everything, Donald Trump could be the sheep in wolf's clothing.
Build a wall! Because we're like, yes! Trump said it, so we will build a wall around the
Fucking island, right? A hero. And that's what people see Donald Trump as. Right? That's what people saw Napoleon. Instead, I found out today that my cousin supports Trump on the wall thing. So I'm not worried about Trump or Brexit. These aren't the things that are making me so very glum.
When there's so much tension, when there is so much fear, when you've got Donald Trump and Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson and
the fascism from within the fascist party of the Republican Party, and Donald Trump, right? He might not tell them, hey, understand the Trump voters, understand and convert them. I feel like the establishment and all these comments, and we can't win around the Trump supporters to the left if we are calling them a bunch of who is fucking us true to their goddamn principles, which, oh, by the way, is why Donald Trump is also a fucking terrible idea. For fucking 5 weeks, and you've come back and you've elected Donald Trump. No, you're not doing that, ladies and gentlemen. You're not. Yeah, a culture of bigotry, a culture of blaming the other. And essentially what Trump has done is caused the Republican Party, arguably had a large part to do with why Donald Trump got elected. In the sense that, you know, all this stuff about snowflakes and what have. Donald Trump is not business as fucking usual. Donald Trump is mad. He's utter.
Who don't give a fucking shit about pacifism. So if Donald Trump does cross that line, then there will be people to stop him.
Much in the sort of hashtag sarcastic, ironic way, and not in the Donald Trump having a time in Russia way. Genuinely someone who is against immigration and thinks Trump's a good guy, you're not gonna fucking go and spout out about it for anti-fascists, right? In the sense that Donald Trump turned up, was such a blatant example of fascism, and yet a blacker mark upon the world than, you know, the Tories or UKIP or Donald Trump. Because
fair trial, you take prisoners, you don't fucking murder their families, Donald Trump! We are making ourselves into the monsters that need to be,
and to not want to find good in Trump supporters. Right? I have genuinely very personal reasons why
And if Donald Trump gets into power, if he has that control at his fingertips, if he...
An awful lot of Nazis die. And yeah, if you like Donald Trump, don't read my writing. Just to live in Mexico, safe behind the wall that Trump is going to build from all the nasty Americans with their guns, right? My right way of being. Like, I know Trump's an asshole. I don't need to know any more details. You know,
Donald Trump shows that there is a tremendous amount of right-wing xenophobic zeal based on what I thought would happen if it came down to Clinton versus Trump. And I had said before that the terrifying of Trump, Brexit alone couldn't have done it. Trump alone couldn't have done it. But I think the fact of power, but neither is Trump. Trump would be like these Turkish presidents and world leaders who arrest people saying they realise Donald Trump is a member of the presidential campaign and they fucking realise he is saying shit. The fact is that many good people in America did not vote for Trump, and these people are to be commended for doing the fucking or socialist, right? Socialist is an evil term. Well, you look at Trump and you can kind of understand why, because it's the little pot of honey party in America. And indeed, a vote for Trump is going to be a vote for the destruction of the alt-right in America, because it is going. So Donald Trump is getting on everybody. It would be foolish to dismiss all of Trump's supporters, all the Brexit supporters, and like half the people didn't actually vote. And so the Trump won was essentially a quarter of the population. Captain America has ever done in the comics, because Donald Trump has gone up before the world, exposed fascism in the cold light of day, face of his fucking penis is a fucking presidential debate. Donald Trump has goddamn done that. I personally am only gonna care when Trump invades a country or starts outright committing genocide, some kind of civil war. Things would be very, very bad for America if Trump got his way because of political violence. But things would also. The Trump supporters are the ones with the guns. The Trump supporters are the ones with the Secret Service. The Trump supporters are the ones hates with a passion. Trump. And Trump gives them the fucking golden ticket. He says, hey, arguments, because they make their own position clear. I don't agree with Donald Trump. I don't agree with Nigel Farage, and you may not agree. Insane at the moment. Okay, you've got the Republicans who've basically given birth to Donald Trump and what looks like a rise of Yay, future wars and genocide! God, Emperor Trump! I, for one, do not welcome our new robot overlords. Fucking could afford to shit on Bernie Sanders because they knew that Trump wasn't going to be the monster, because we want to keep making money. What matters is that Donald Trump isn't going to fuck up the world. But it's still the minority of people. The majority of people did not vote for Donald Trump, and the majority of people did not actually. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and the whole great economic crisis, and therefore preventing the rise of Donald Trump. Right? Which is kind of, hilarious considering the comments. The stupidity of my haters is stupidity of Donald Trump, of his regime, is utterly fucking mind-boggling.
I'm kind of worried because I think we're going to have Jeremy Corbyn elected, and Donald Trump and Jeremy Corbyn, that's going to be an interesting special.
Talking about how saying that you don't support Donald Trump doesn't have any examples in it. Yeah, because it's fucking 5 minutes. People know. We all know what the fucking alt-right are. For God's sake, Trump is fucking talking about on them. No, I know that, Trump's a git. I know that America. I don't need.
it's like Clinton campaign has been campaigning that Trump was heading farther to the right and farther to the right and farther to the right, but instead Donald Trump comes along and he says exactly what the fact that yes, Theresa May was a fucking lapdog to Trump, but that the British Parliament almost wants Donald Trump to get elected just so that there is that sense that people still have to fucking... The states offered to help Trump with the wall by loaning him some of his prisoners to help build it. So basically, a fascist was put in the White House, Steve Bannon. Right, Donald Trump, I think he's just a bit incompetent and a bit crazy. Sent to prison, they get raped, but they fucking deserve it. Well, alright then. Trump's committed a lot of crimes. He goes to prison. Does he deserve to get raped? Who is now basically dead to me because not only did they fucking vote Trump, they're fucking gloating about it! You leader. The king of the fucking deplorables, Donald Trump. Trump, thanks to his stupidity, has now said, hey, you want to accuse sexual assault? Candidate. I think they're wrong. I think that Donald Trump is absolutely part of the establishment. And I think that he's absolutely a fucking mad. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. And Donald Trump keeps being the most moronic, evil president America has ever fucking... But when Trump won against a massive establishment media campaign to fucking power. Freedom of speech is freedom to say to Donald Trump, no, you're a fucking monster. You need to fucking get out of power and be in a... It's... The issue is not Donald Trump. Although Donald Trump is clearly either genuine race and Sanders isn't going to be the Democratic nomination, so now it is Clinton versus Trump. Now, I have said before, I see this sort of doom ship approaching, and so because of the whole Clinton-Trump Brexit thing. So I was supporters alone. Clinton would get my vote because fuck, I hate Donald Trump supporters. Right? It's like UKIP. If I held a gun in my hands and Donald Trump was before me and he was ready to pass a bill, or he had already, which is exactly what Trump has sort of been doing. But videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Okay, like, you know, I've given some fucking props to Donald Trump for being like, yeah. Of course, I do now predict that, you know, that Donald Trump will now announce that he will plan to make said entire sentences made out of slurs to the effect of Donald Trump doesn't accept people like you to immigrate, make me money. Because I'm a greedy bastard. Because upsetting Trump supporters is a very profitable enterprise.
Of Joe Cox, the failed assassination of Donald Trump, and the EU referendum result being what it was, that essentially the far...
Destroying everything and losing my friends, and oh, by the way, that's when Donald Trump becomes president. Oh, by
often, and then I'm gonna lose my points. I mean, I suppose it makes sense in a way why Donald Trump supporters would have a fascination with, oh, that's very cute, that's very sweet, here's a nuke. Fuck you. Okay, maybe not a nuke. Donald Trump might use a nuke, but, you know, not a nuke. Still, we've got an inter... Essentially, if you look at the way they are portrayed in the media, Donald Trump is supported by the bigots and the Nazis.
I mean, I know what you think because there's fucking Britain First and Donald Trump saying basically the same thing of
even the fucking rape issue, right? Even the fucking fact that Donald Trump has committed rape, that he has, you know, committed. Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped. In favour of Clinton, never Trump, never Trump, never Trump. They aren't just gonna go away. They aren't just gonna say, oh, well, he's won, we must do him. Fucking Blighty, I'm not safe. Because this isn't about Trump. And this was never about Trump. What this is about,
fucking abhorrent. Now, I realise I'm sounding like anti-Trump now. You know how Trump, his whole thing is that he only speaks in super 18 inches out of the corner, choke slam to the ground. Donald Trump and his fucking brown shirts are monstrous. Do not vote
on him. The more the establishment, the more we came out and we said, no, never vote Trump, the more the Trump supporters were like, yes, yes.
Democratic nomination have to be to make Donald Trump look preferable. Okay, how fucking bad would the Democratic nomination have to be?
Well, okay, actually, it's not overwhelming in the case of Trump, because actually, technically, Hillary won the popular vote, which is an interesting definition. The point I'm trying to make here is that in these cases, even if a Trump victory or a Brexit victory,
my crowd are racist idiots, then hey, we're gonna do racist idiotic things. Donald Trump is someone who should never
have to drop on the other, and that is Donald Trump. He is the idiot that has slipped right the fuck in, and he's the monster we have all been fucking. But the one good thing about Donald Trump basically sucking Putin's dick is that one else. And so we have it with Trump. And in this case, what we actually have is something the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan are saying that, hey, Donald Trump is the greatest thing ever. And there is no way in fucking hell that
people fucking realise what Donald Trump is saying. They realise Donald Trump is a member of the presidential campaign, and they fucking realise Donald Trump has said. So, you know, if you're thinking, well, Donald Trump is gonna maybe, potentially, if you squint...
Well, Donald Trump is the American Nigel Farage. Donald Trump is the arsehole. Everybody
and the Trump administration won't care. They'll lie. They'll
and you have got Bernie Sanders, but you have also got Donald Trump. And that's far-right bigoted shitheads use, isn't it? Yes. So, anyway, let's talk about Donald Trump. Specifically, one of the news stories that I missed.
Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
The Trump supporters are the ones with the Secret Service. The Trump supporters are the ones who could be in fucking power and have fucking...
We are barely 4 months in to Donald Trump's presidency, and already his daughter is like, yeah, I'm complicit in in Donald Trump videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic
tablet was the fact that there was an attempted assassination attempt against Donald Trump. Now, of course,
then the xenophobes go, oh, we don't like Donald Trump, what are you fucking talking about? But the moment he goes back to call, and then my computer will explode, and then the internet will be shut down, and then Fuhrer Trump will invade England. In my fucking first Trump video, the scary thing about Trump is that he takes the attention away from the important. That actually it wasn't even about Trump. It was about Hillary Clinton, right? If I had just renamed it like Hillary Clinton,
looks like the fucking madman Donald Trump is gonna be the fucking candidate. So we need to be focusing on the Democratic Party.
And frankly, at this point, I feel like it's only a matter of time before one of those things happen or Trump gets impeached, right? Like, it's just a matter.
Only do that when there is no other option. No other fucking option. Donald Trump may not get into power, and even if he does get in, is not about whether Donald Trump will be the will be the Republican nomination, because
I mean, the sad reality is that Donald Trump and the alt-right know best how to use how best to use technology.
Because things could get heavy now with Clinton or Trump. Things could get very heavy, and that's not a.
And we can see that, and we can all see that, and even fucking Donald Trump is calling it out. And the police,
I mean, Donald Trump was already a crazy racist lunatic, but this is like.
And America being ruled by Nazis is a bad thing, because at some point Trump is gonna turn up on the doorstep of England saying, hello!
If you kill Donald Trump before he has failed, then all you are doing is saying to all the... I'm kind of willing to let the jokes about, you are willing to join the Trump plan slide.
This, right? And because this channel makes the money. Because every time I insult Trump, every time I insult Nazis, anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped.
The big evil is fucking Donald Trump. Donald Trump, by the way, a man whose business prowess is actually
isn't actually something a lot of people are fond of. And even Donald Trump, who got elected on populism, who got elected on a load of fucking lies. I'm probably gonna be fine. Trump probably isn't gonna cock up in such a way that and at this point, short of Donald Trump dying and Mike Pence turning out to actually... Biden's supporters have got more fucking sense than Trump supporters. An opposition against centricism. But Donald Trump has spent the past 4 years, the past 2 years, or whatever, well, we already know that I've kind of got a bit of a death wish, so fuck it. Down with Trump, vote Clinton. Though I can't,
especially if Trump supporters do get violent. So yeah, I guess 4chan, 4chan Trump supporters, you're playing with fire.
And this perspective, but at the same time, like, Donald Trump
spoke out in favor of Black Lives Matter. Donald Trump,
The downfall. Like, it already feels like Trump is in his bunker, kind of going, you know, playing Russian roulette, going, you know. Donald Trump will get kicked from office after 8 years. The Conservative Party
vote for Hillary Clinton anyway, because, you know, Hillary Clinton is better than Donald Trump, because, you know, you've still got to go out and you've got to fucking back your team. Russia and America are either side of a hot war and both have nukes, and we could get Trump. Okay? We're at a time spoke out in favor of Black Lives Matter. Donald Trump actually said, hey guys, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be shooting on
that. I feel like that sums up the Trump administration right there. That it's like racist
about how, you know, Donald Trump, you know, he's probably just exaggerating to get in the fucking campaign.
that we really find out whether Donald Trump is Hitler or not. Right? In the sense that 2017 is the year when Donald Trump stops just being
Came down to Clinton versus Trump. And I have said before that the terrifying thing about Trump is not actually anything to do with Trump, it is. Like, and the thing is, Trump is absolutely like that. You've seen how much he freaks out. Like, I don't
things. And you know, Trump's been elected. And Israel is basically saying, yeah, we're gonna commit genocide against.
We're saying, yeah, look, you know, even George Bush is calling out Donald Trump, saying, no, but he was still a bastard. And it's
now I'm still kind of in the honeymoon period of like, hey, Trump can be impeached. Congress can stop them.
Trump married an immigrant who worked illegally. Because Trump is a creepy ass motherfucker. You hate him. Possible. But after 4 years of Trump, after 8 years of Trump, then the America, you know, that we have, you know, that we have Donald Trump supporters openly saying, kill the niggers.
The media hates him, and so if they have a choice between reporting on whatever dumb shit Trump has done or reporting that the videos will remain free and ad supported, all that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Supporting Trump rhetoric might actually be supporting Trump, because let's face it, if you are someone who happens to be Bernie Sanders,
if you declare Hillary Clinton the Democratic candidate, we will vote for Donald Trump. It's almost like the democracy
destroying. The alt-right scare the fuck out of me because Trump's a moron, climate change will fuck us all, and technologically,
which is not Trump. And you have got Bernie Sanders, but you have also got Donald Trump.
For me, they have not been great. Trump obviously is not fantastic, but
and this is the danger that Trump represents. This is the danger that UKIP represents. Ain't gonna be good. But I do feel like Trump will probably end up destroying the alt-right.
We have seen the rise of the Bernie Sanders movement. We have seen Trump and Brexit. We have seen a challenge to the neo-and then the whole thing with Trump happened, and it's like, okay, there are horrible, horrible bastards because I happened to say that Nazis were boring and Donald Trump was an irrelevancy compared to the horror of Hillary Clinton. Recorded like a 30-minute video on, you know, Trump and Hillary, and I might upload it, I'm not sure.
Not Donald Trump. Although Donald Trump is clearly either genuinely deranged or playing up to it so much that if he wins,
videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. I survived the rise of Trump. I survived Brexit. I survived the in Sweden, you know, and the Alaska, whatever, you know. I just thought it was Trump saying, look what's going on. I voted for Trump and Brexit. 2017 is when we have to deal with the consequences of Trump and Brexit. Like,
it is fun. It is very fucking fun going, bah, Trump, and watching all the Trump supporters going, fuck you, filthy, and they are about to commit genocide. But I don't actually think Trump will be allowed to commit genocide. He might fire off a nuke, and that would be very... I think it's possible. Okay? I actually think that Donald Trump is smarter than he thinks. Than we think here. Seeing so many people in America who are just screaming and begging, saying, "Not Trump, never Trump," and it's like, oh well, I do the other thing, right? You know, that's the way the internet works. You say you're against Donald Trump, well then I will vote for Donald Trump, right?
said it best, you know, we're perfectly willing to cooperate with Trump, so long as he's willing to will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and universal basic income. 2016 rolls around and it's like, Brexit, Trump, Conservatives, fuck. and 2016 is also the year of people dying, and then 2017.
Bought by their own vanity and their own self-interest, as in the case of Donald Trump. And I think that that's probably...
Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
The Republican Party is basically just like, you know what, Donald Trump, we hate you. You know all these people who are voting for you? Fuck them.
Years. And I'm not just saying that because of Trump. I'm saying that because the forces that put him there, evil. Like genuinely, you could not write a villain as evil as Donald Trump is, because people would say, if someone's gonna get trampled on by one of Trump's policies, that you do everything that you can, saying to kind of point out that, hey, we don't have to worry about Trump is, well, he's probably not as stupid and mad as we think he is. So anyway, I talked about how essentially the Trump presidency means that we need to... If Trump becomes president, then to the Republican Party, to the right-wing parties in America,
so much fucking evidence against Donald Trump that the terrifying thing about Trump is not actually anything to do with Trump, it's actually the effect it will have on the Democratic.
I think that Clinton is establishment, I think that she is conservative. But I also think that Trump is a possible paedophile rapist. I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. When the robots come to get rid of Trump, I stand with them.
It's just fucking hilarious, right? I mean, you've got Donald Trump being like, I'm Batman!
Donald Trump is a media spinner. And I'm thinking and I'm hoping that that's what he's doing, but
a candidate. Donald Trump isn't going to fucking stick to that contract. Donald Trump is just
one ray of fucking hope, which is that, for me, I
I think it's fairly certain that Donald Trump is going to get elected president of America.
Can't just say, well, if they're gonna do Donald Trump, then I guess it's Hillary Clinton.
Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Donald Trump look fucking good. That makes Donald Trump look like fucking David to Clinton's Goliath. Fucking smart, you know? I mean, for God's sake, Donald Trump has just said he wants to nuke Syria. Yeah, get the fuck out of there. Because Britain turning to the right, it's horrible. Trump entering as the lone madman.
If Bernie Sanders got elected for fairly obvious reasons, but if Donald Trump got elected, okay, I would feel kind of worried because
Which presidential candidate would I rather not have than Donald Trump being so fucking bad? You know, funnily enough, Trump's kind of got the right fucking idea. He's just building the wall in the wrong goddamn... Now is your turn to be disappointed, alt-right fuckers. But the thing is that what Trump's presidency actually proves, then, or at least if Donald Trump gets, at least if it's Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, then go out, vote for Hillary. Rights and the fucking alt-right and the fucking, you know, Trump supporting neo-Nazi scumbags, and then you've got all of the trans people, Ted Cruz or whoever ends up taking the nomination from Donald Trump, when now that the Republican Party has basically said, fucking vote on I'm gonna fucking run on my own. What happens then? And what happens when Donald Trump shows the woman who is standing against the racist Donald Trump, she passed the Super Predators bill, and when she was running exactly the kind of thing that they dread Donald Trump being, a right-wing demagoguery that will exterminate all people. Those who think Trump was the lesser of two evils, who think that, you know what, Trump's a fucking, you know, brick through a fucking window of the establishment, and yes, that is all that has happened, right? And in fact, in a way, Trump supporters have lost harder than they ever could have by off a blacklist, right? So I'm fairly certain that if Trump decided, oh yeah, we're going to start deporting Muslims, that Saudi Arabia... Donald Trump is worse because he isn't the old devil. He's a new one. One that things are dark, in the sense that I think Trump's probably going to win the election. I had incidentally, so necessarily every last little bad thing that the Trump administration is doing. They're bad. They're fucking people. For himself, Donald Trump is not doing what he's doing for other people. He's just doing what he's doing. Bonkers is all shit, you know. They make Trump look kind of fucking sane. They are fucking insane. A long time ago, and avoid being caught up in the bloodshed to come. I want Trump to stand down. I want Stephen Bannon to resign. I want me expressing it from a sort of your concern for Donald Trump's mental health, which, let's face it, you know, I want to stray away. I want to stay away. At this stage, an assassination attempt against Donald Trump would only backfire. Okay, bigger enemies, and they are called the alt-right, they are called the far-right, they are called the fucking Trump fucking cocksuckers. That, like, Trump is now, there is more and more research, more and more evidence that he does, in fact. Trump's supporters want a war. Trump supporters are the same kind of fuckers who have been by the sides of a hot war. They've still got nukes, and Donald Trump, who could be president, is saying that he might nuke them. Like Clinton, she's just as bad as Trump. What are you talking about? Donald Trump isn't going to be that bad. He's not. He can't be so. He
Basically watching a news story about how, yeah, Ivanka Trump is already, like, it's just April. The things that Donald Trump has said, they would lose. Donald Trump says them, and it's just Donald Trump. Hey, he's being a blowhard. Hey, it's just banter, isn't it? Long since died. I don't matter. What matters is that a whole load of racist morons said, "Oh my God, how dare you criticize Trump? How dare you? How fucking dare you? Oh my God, I'm going to find you."
donating money to them so that they will do as they say. You know, as Donald Trump himself says, you know, I give them money and they do what I want.
Why has Donald Trump been elected? Because people think the foreigners deserve
The forces invading other countries. And Donald Trump does not give a fuck. It may be, in fact, that...
And I mean, you see this in the people who are attacking me, you see this in Trump phenomenon, and in the 4chan phenomenon. Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
But now we've got Donald Trump saying, violent revolution, it could happen. My support. When they are on the opposite side of a hot war with America. And Donald Trump could be the next president of America.
The stupid shit is, they end up in prison, and then some tool says, "Oi, Trump, I'll give you some fucking free labour." They're not. Trump isn't Hitler. Trump isn't the Fuhrer. His browncoats are not acting
Like, I mean, Trump or Clinton, that's the devil or Cthulhu. How do you want?
Trump will be defeated by the US.
You had Hitler and you had Stalin. Now you have ISIS and you have Donald Trump. Because you don't realize that you are utterly chumps. Because problem is not Trump. The problem is not Cruz. The problem...
Believe this stuff. And these people support Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I actually don't think is so bad. I actually think Donald...
Whichever you choose, whichever you pick, whether it is Clinton or Stein or Trump, I don't blame you for picking whichever one you pick.
They aren't... The lefties aren't just targeting Trump. And the lefties aren't just puppeting Donald Trump. I mean, like, it's now emerged that Donald Trump didn't know what he was doing when he was... But then that's why the 4chaners voted for Trump. Because they are failures.
Am I gonna stick my hand in, basically? That's what, you know, Trump and Clinton is. And so, it's like...
And maybe there's an American spin-off where it's Donald Trump trying desperately to build... We've already seen some establishment candidates freaking out and going, "Ah, Trump's awesome! I know we said he was a child rapist, Nazi person!"
And if Trump wins, then all these things that all these people who are like never Trump, they could happen. I mean, could you explain to me why Hillary seems a better choice than Trump? At least Trump and Bernie Sanders agree on trade deals and TTIP.
No. If you backed Donald Trump and you aren't a full-on genocidal Nazi and thus, videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Shouldn't be too long until Steve Bannon and Donald Trump are gotten rid of, eh? Sorry, I know it's petty as fuck. Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
Every fucking argument. Yeah, human civilization trumps Trump. If this is a game of top trumps and it's like, well, who do you favour? Maybe I might potentially in this scenario personally back Trump, was predicated on the scenario. I don't give a shit if I am literally preaching to a fucking stadium full of Trump supporters. I'm still gonna say you're all a fucking... I feel like at this point, anything other than we must murder Trump and all of his family is gonna get me branded as a fucking... Every time I make a video about how Trump has fucked up again, all of his supporters, who all inexplicably decide to follow a gun...
Fucking sort out your gun control issues, this is fucking insane. And also, hey, watch out for fucking Trump, because he is making a mockery of
the locale people come to watch fail, right? Like Donald Trump. That's my whole thing, my whole, shtick, is that I'm the bastards, right? We don't want to have a view of a Trump supporter as, a hard-working country person. That's hard. But we don't need to impeach Donald Trump. What we need is to get rid of Stephen Bannon.
Donald Trump says, let's fire nukes at goddamn Syria. Here's a funny thing, yeah?
To a certain extent, Theresa May has to go cap in hand to Trump and say, please, sir, can we have an economy that works?
Blow up our innocent civilians, and yet you've got fucking Donald Trump and Ted Cruz and Fox News outright claiming that we need to kill more civilians.
I mean, I'm not sure Trump could have pulled it off if he knew what he was fucking doing.
So it could work in America if you can accept Donald Trump, and if you can accept the risk that if you...
And it's not even like the M&M analogy that Donald Trump used of just like, well, would you eat...
I mean, genuinely, you've got fucking Sarah Palin and Donald Trump saying, yeah, fuck all the foreigners, kill them.
The world won't be a threat to Trump. If he wants to go quietly about his administration, not rocking the...
This is gonna be fucking painful. This is gonna be fucking painful because Donald Trump and Jeremy bloody Corbyn.
And you get Hillary Clinton, vote for Donald Trump because then, at least he's more socialist than Hillary Clinton. Yeah, he's also
a stranger. Because in this case, Trump, the great man of history, is saying, nah, fuck that, I just want to be another Republican.
A lot of stuff when I'm rambling, he doesn't. Donald Trump, it's like, well, what are your policies are like? Well, I don't know what our policies are like. I mean, this is why people in Britain think that Trump is a massive monster, because we only ever hear of the shit he does wrong.
Safe, and that's why I didn't fucking want Trump to win. Because for all the terror that neoliberalism was, because for all the... So many among the left have been utterly blindsided by Brexit and by Trump, because we get this idea into our heads that...
am I in favour of Bernie Sanders over Donald Trump. Aside from the fact that, you know, Donald Trump is a fascist, it'd be fucking ironic if after this whole grand speech I said, and kill all the Trump supporters. No. My name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and look, when it comes to Donald Trump, I have been ambiguous in the past, you know.
Sending my coordinates to the guys with the drones. Donald Trump, yes, we have the location of someone who insulted
Hillary Clinton because they'll all vote for Hillary Clinton, and then we got Trump. So maybe in the future what will happen is that if it's another Sanders...
Wait, I know what happened, and what happened was Trump. Because up until that moment, I knew what world we lived in. I knew what reality.
And the problem is that in our world, right, you know, Donald Trump goes on TV and says, "Hey, I've got a big dick." That thinks human rights are a bad thing is now Prime Minister, and it's Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, and because clearly they're just butthurt because, but Trump's awesome. Trump is so awesome, and it's not. He's not.
Has been manipulating the entire world, and Russia got Trump into power, and they've got such close ties, and it's like of people being shot at the camps. And now is when the Trump administration will admit
for white nationalism. They had their own complex personal reasons for voting for Brexit or for Trump, and even so, these are still... Technology is what gave Trump the victory. Technology and the left's fail. They have a new name. Not Nazis, not Daleks. Hail the alt-right and their God Emperor Trump. I dread their very existence. Actually is why Nigel Farage succeeds. This is why Donald Trump succeeds. Because they stand by their own fucking...
would have a fascination with me, since I'm like the anti-Trump, in that I actually have a point, I do remember my points, but I also ram my opinion. And I can entirely understand and respect anyone who takes one look at Donald Trump and says, no, fuck that.
Albeit actiony, tropey thing, suddenly having God turn up at the end to save the day. Because it's an outside concept. And it's a crazy idea. It's fucking crazy, but you know what? Donald Trump is fucking running for president, and he's doing well, and
this and that, and that's probably going to happen. But the thing about Donald Trump is, he has so many different positions.
Yes, we should deport all Muslims. Then the media goes, Donald Trump has said we should deport all Muslims. And so...
I am now writing about the Farshnuke essentially orchestrating a fight back against a Trump-like figure. But, you know, it's...
Or Joseph fucking Stalin standing as the Democratic candidate in order to make voting for Trump seem like the logical... I hate killing. I hate suffering. But I said about Donald Trump, the assassination of Donald Trump, that if it happened, that...
I hope it doesn't come to war. I hope Trump is impeached. I hope the Nazis realize that, hey...
And here's the thing. I hate Trump supporters. Because you know what Trump supporters did last night? Trump's are fucking bigots and xenophobic genocidal maniacs. But, you know, I'm not necessarily like Trump is all overlord evil. Basically operated and maintained
by America. So fucking good luck if Trump decides that he has a problem with us.
Guy who is saying, you know what, I'm not going to talk about Trump. You know what, I'm not going to fucking talk about Nazis. This is what
To say controversial things is because I actually think that all you Trump supporters are going to be severely fucking disappointed. And kind of appeal for Donald Trump and Nigel Farage. Yeah, just check it out. I think you'll find it.
I mean, for God's sake, Ivanka Trump, right? Like, that's... Like, from my political perspective, banking crash, that affected things. Austerity, that affected things. Brexit, Trump, technological automation. These are all things.
The lives and the suffering trump your opinions of a fucking TV show.
Free speech by not allowing your comments and your death threats to be seen? No, Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is going to just... I don't want Donald Trump to be president at all. And indeed, yes, I also don't want Donald Trump to be Donald Trump. It would be a great deal kind of...
But Trump is terrifying. Not because of him himself, but because of his supporters.
his other videos, and he didn't keep making them. Well, that Donald Trump video is my 2 drums and a cymbal fall off a cliff, except if close. Then you should vote for then you should vote for Donald Trump because he's anti-establishment. But no. All you racists who all seem to like Donald Trump and who all seem to really, really hate me. I know.
And because the fear of Trump, the reason that Hillary is so much more worthy to vote for is that
That Donald Trump needs to go, Donald Trump should not be president, and that Donald Trump's administration now. So it's kind of difficult because I've come out into a world of Brexit and Trump and my parents just saying, fuck you. And then you've got Trump. Trump, who is made out to be the grand Nazi, that the clue, right? And obviously, you know, Trump supporters are probably not as neurotic as me. I mean, God help.
As much as it makes perfect sense that Trump supporters can't understand empathy.
And so you hate Trump because Trump is everything that you despise. Because Trump is...
there is going to be Congress and the Senate working against Trump because he is the enemy that we know. We know he's going to fucking be there.
Overwhelmingly in favour of Trump, or overwhelmingly in favour of Brexit. Then, because of the complicated nature of...
And you have got Bernie Sanders, but you have also got Donald Trump. And that's...
Donald Trump is such a loser that even when he wins, he manages to actually still lose. You know, I would say that, yeah, you support Donald Trump being impeached, and videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic...
was a fucking clusterfuck, right? The moment that Donald Trump brought up the size of his penis in a fucking Republican debate.
So far, because so far she's been up against Pigfucker and bloody Donald Trump. But when she's up against Jeremy Corbyn,
You're gonna have to be the people living with the bitter pill of 4 years of Donald Trump. Possibly 8 years of Donald Trump.
about it and plays to the left, but actually sincerely believes in genocide. He scares me. Trump doesn't really scare me because he's gonna go. People, oh my God, that's such a danger. Meanwhile, Donald Trump openly brags about sexually assaulting people and then in favor of getting rid of Donald Trump through assassination. And it's like the West Wing
that America has got. Do you want Trump to win? You know, and then it's like, well, maybe Jill Stein. Well, yeah, but then Trump was.
And if that's going to happen, then I want the good guys, i.e. not the Trump supporters, to fucking win.
She will be yet another in a long line of presidents in America. Donald Trump will not be the first cunt president because
Scots I know would like to think, right? And maybe I'm just thinking that because, you know, Trump and Brexit, and it's like, yeah, to be honest, in sort of what's going on in America, because, like, Trump is just a drama machine. So much bullshit keeps cropping up. This, I was not expecting Trump or Brexit. I was not expecting the fucking Conservatives.
He shouldn't be allowed near power. But the problem with Donald Trump isn't actually him himself. It's you guys. It's you right-wing bigots. It's you. But instead, you have had the establishment media saying, oh my God, Donald Trump is so terrifying, he's going to kill us all, he's going to burn us.
Really good, and I really like Justin Bieber, and yeah, Donald Trump's the smartest man in the world. Yeah. Also the calls are really
On my side. It's on the Young Turks as well. It's this attitude of Trump supporters, and I do think that it is Trump supporters, or to say my own personal honest opinions about Clinton versus Trump in America as an Englishman who, frankly,
it's still kind of touch and go to a certain extent as to whether the Trump administration will cause, you know, either the left or the right.
that no publicity is bad publicity, because Donald Trump is a massive creep. He sexualized his fucking daughter.
For being racist, I shall support him. And I think that the kind of Trump isn't the problem here. I think that Trump is an idiot. That these alt-right types and the neo-Nazis and the Trumpers, they think they've won. That they think they have even
Heard about Donald Trump though. Why shouldn't I vote for Donald Trump? Right? He wants to build a wall. I like the idea of building a wall.
question the fact that, you know, after 8 years, Donald Trump will get kicked out. Right? Like, I'm at that stage, you know. This really could have just been, you know, some story made up by Breitbart or Donald Trump to justify what they said or done, because it's...
Nobody ever reports that, well, Donald Trump actually is quite okay about Planned Parenthood. Well, Donald Trump has said...
It's like, here, you know, Donald Trump is not the alt-right. He might be the codifier of the alt-right now.
And you see, with Donald Trump, you see, with Ian Duncan Smith, with Jeremy Hunt, with David Cameron,
The videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic
life. You've got fucking Trump fucking touting that he's the fucking future Führer. Right-wing supporters, which Trump supporters are, right? The Trump supporters are like, oh, you're a hypocrite because you would kill the
Program that's just like, we aren't just gonna tell you the top Trumps of sharks. We are also going to go in.
fears would be fears and they would not come true, and that actually Donald Trump probably wouldn't win.
but he has. So someone actually like referred to Trump supporters as like the hornet's nest. Here's the thing about a hornet's nest.
Like, people have wanted to fucking attack me for fucking videos saying, yeah, Trump doesn't fucking matter, let's focus on Clinton versus Sanders.
But maybe this is what you need to do, and maybe you need a Donald Trump to wake America up. I mean, maybe you do. I would hope.
I'm almost inclined to say that Donald Trump gets that vote. Because I don't think that Donald Trump is as mad.
The great night of victory, we will hold a festival in his honor. And Trump gets into office and he's just like, no, what are you talking about? Now, I don't think that Trump is, you know, the second coming of Satan. I don't think that he's the second. Your local governors, and you make friends with people. You find a way to make friends with Trump supporters. You find a way.
Aside from the fact that, you know, Donald Trump is a fascist, and his supporters are the kind of people that
Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
Freudian slip there. Have the Daily Mail been saying, hey, Trump?
the Daily Mail had been saying at the time, hey, fucking Donald Trump, fucking smug, arrogant, insensitive prick. Arsehole. Fucking.
Commenters say, I can't wait till Donald Trump invades Britain. The fact that I have seen people who have
Chance regardless of whatever it takes, and that's the true danger of Trump, right? That's the true fucking danger of Trump, because Trump
right now, lots of things are changing.
Politically, Trump and Brexit just threw every. And the thing about Donald Trump being such a cocking buffoon, this is a war. This is a culture war. This is an ideological war. Trump has gotten into power the rampant.
Okay, and this is why Donald Trump is fucking lauded, because he goes up and he says, yeah, I'm a member of the 1% and I fucking...
Because nothing I write will ever be on the same level as Trump. Because not a smart man, but compared to Donald Trump, he's, you know, fucking Stephen Hawking. Right? Donald Trump is just a complete and utter
Let's talk about corruption in the United States. Let's talk about Donald Trump. Now, what's happening in America is kind.
I fear that one way or another, Brexit and Trump may end up losing me a lot of friends.
America. Donald Trump cannot be allowed to become president. Just cannot be. Donald Trump is a monster. Donald Trump is...
do that. Meanwhile, in America, you've got Donald Trump saying, hey, I've got a violent militia here and they're going to fuck your shit up if you don't make me president.
And Donald Trump could not, I think, have gotten this far if there were not a serious groundswell
Of just America getting stamped on again and again and again. And if Trump wins, then all these things, that all these people who are like never
processing it in a standard ISA. So, yeah, Donald Trump is a fucking stupid arsehole. Who knew? But, yeah, I'm
Trump. Oh, fucking do you? Well, guess what, Mr. Trump? I have a fucking tiny dick, and I can still have sex better than you.
Or whether it would be morally right to take out Donald Trump, but I know for damn fucking sure that if Stephen Bannon were to cease
and kill all the Trump supporters. No. I do not feel good things about Trump supporters. You know, we're going to assume that Trump wasn't elected, so it wasn't a nuclear wasteland, but, you know, Hillary Clinton was elected. I will edge America closer towards being a dictatorship. A dictatorship that Donald Trump could still be head of. It's going to work. You know, maybe what you need is someone like Donald Trump to just sort of say, you know what? Politics is corrupt.
Harvey Dent was in fact Two-Face. To reveal that Donald Trump, the great successor to Hitler, the counter-allied with the fucking police, you are showing yourselves to be bigger tyrants than Trump would ever be. You are showing yourselves to be the brown sheep, because for all the terror that's going to come after Trump, you want to avoid
to keep having their views circulated. I am officially, unambiguously, 100% against Donald Trump. No more. No. My name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and Donald Trump has said that he would be prepared to nuke Europe. He has...
Trump, even if he is not the fucking Führer, is an imbecile who shouldn't be fucking in charge of nukes.
But small hands and small rules. I know Donald Trump has big dick. Yes, so I must mention it in my presidential talks because I have the big...
4chan saying that, yes, all of the people who oppose Donald Trump are all paedophile rapists. Never. Don't be dismissive of Donald Trump, because certain members of the sort of population will want to destroy you. And my official position is now far more than ever that Donald Trump needs to go. Donald Trump shouldn't.
And, you know, kinda has some interests on Syria. And Donald Trump has just said he wants to send a load of nuclear...
The side that is like, Donald Trump is Satan, and the side that is like, if you do not literally want to personally murder...
Okay. To explain this in Trump speak, how do morality work? Okay.
And thus the resulting codes that I have in place. That, yes, Ivanka Trump has the aesthetics to quite easily belong in one of my very depraved. If they wish to avoid an action that could turn into a world war, is to fucking hide. Hide. And let Donald Trump make a pig's ear of it, establishment, and they just want to set fire to the world. They just want to say, fuck it, vote for Trump because at least he's not Clinton, right? We don't... The opportunism. I can understand the pragmatism. I don't like it, but I can understand Trump and Theresa May, why they... Clinton and fucking George W. Bush are saying, Trump, oh, he's a monster, right? Because these are all the fuckers. I'll just invade them. Yeah, Hitler was not a smart man, but compared to Donald Trump, he's, you know, fuck.
When will you inevitably hang yourself in a closet? When Trump wins and proves your meager worldview wrong? Corrupt. Of course they're corrupt. Okay, Donald Trump is corrupt for himself. Donald Trump is not doing his profoundly corrupt. Okay, we are talking about a country where Donald Trump can openly get up on stage.
And there is this perception that, well, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, they're just as bad as one another, and, so of course, there are communities out there where Trump supporters can go in peace, you know, it's like,
There's almost an argument to be said that as horrible as Donald Trump no doubt will be, there's almost an argument to be come to an end if we don't. But, you know, what is Donald Trump? But you know, human civilization should come to an end. But what?
Even if you are the most privileged fucking asshole in the world, if you are Donald Trump, if you are Ivanka Trump, if you are one of the Electoral College, Trump's now president, and because Trump is president and America is supposedly democracy happen.
So like it's Clinton would be preferable to Trump in the same way that I suppose I would.
You know, what's Donald Trump done this time? Okay, time to make a video. Okay, render it.
You assassinate Donald Trump right now, you aren't solving anything, because right now
I mean, don't get me wrong, if Trump is ever stupid enough to fucking invade Britain, I will be, you know... Of course, there's Trump saying, you know, what China has done is an unprecedented action in the world at the moment. But everyone I know was fucked before Trump even ran for nomination. And we're the lucky ones. We're still clinging on. We're still surviving. Because the devil is witty and charming and intelligent. And Trump's a fucking moron. Trump is a even if Donald Trump is the Fuhrer, he is going to get rid of you as well. Because just people who are immigrants into the country, and that because Trump said that's bad, I'm not gonna do. Trump is the enemy. Trump supporters are the enemy. Alt-right fuckers in America that needs to be faced. And it's not Trump. It's those who have voted for him. And they are not a foe. People across the grand spectrums of time in the multiverse. I have said that with Trump being elected, we must prepare for war.
Psychopath. Donald Trump is flanked by his army of brown shirts who will throw people out of a rally. Be about policies. I say to them, we have great policies. That is what I do. I am Donald Trump, and I say we get great policies. You want to talk about great policies? Basically, what I'm saying is that Trump is a liar and a crook and an idiot. You should not vote for him.
And videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic. Then he will understand that he should not ridicule Donald Trump. When we are so determined to leave dislikes and tell him he's a cuckoo.
Keep your powder dry, keep your powder dry. And Donald Trump is just like, no, you should exploit all of this. And that's
to admit that after the the first proper presidential debate between Clinton and Trump, that it seems like pretty much everyone I vote you run. If you vote for Stein, if she makes the third vote run, if you vote for Donald Trump, then you are going to ensure be better than Bernie Sanders. She just has to be better than Donald Trump. And it's almost a triumph for democracy that people, because look at this guy, look at Trump. So today, at the risk at the risk of possibly making the people who have been insulted reason and policies and logic, which Donald Trump doesn't. Donald Trump is just a shitty businessman who plays to his crowd. Oh, my crowd!
Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
Well, no, you could, but I really hope Donald Trump is sane enough not to. Incidentally, yeah, I think Donald Trump. Basically making this video because I just saw that the Young Turks are like, so Trump's legit, and
In racism, putting Britain first, okay? If Donald Trump can fucking make up bullshit to justify his fucking politics, then I can show
by a bunch of fucking idiots, right? Like, Donald Trump is a lot of very bad things, but he's also a fucking idiot.
which comparing, you know, Trump and Trump voters to some men, Mr. Wayne, some men just want to watch the world burn.
Still, human civilization, right? Human fucking civilization trumps every fucking argument. Yeah, human civilization trumps Trump. The evidence that you bring to bear in defense of how Trump is exactly what you wanted is gonna be... So, when I created my congratulations Donald Trump video, I didn't really know what to think. I was basically sort of not gonna let Donald Trump take over the world. The EU is not gonna let Donald Trump kick in country after country after country, and he could genuinely fuck up the country a lot. But I don't think Trump is himself the issue. The problem is,
Who were an ally who helped destroy the Trump administration. Because God help you if you are found to be one of those people.
there's something very, very bad about Donald Trump. And it's not that I think Donald Trump is himself evil. I think Donald Trump is an idiot. So saying, hey, lefties, let's not assassinate Trump and make a bloody Trotsky out of him. But it's sort of more... If they assassinate Donald Trump, if they assassinate Bernie Sanders, for example. If
Deal with all of the great problems that are coming, he's going to have to deal with Trump. He ain't going to last. You want to vote for Jeremy Corbyn.
If we have Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister and Donald fucking Trump as President of the United States of America, how fucking... But they're still gonna be horrible. Yeah. Trump has a lot more disgusting rhetoric. Pointer. I don't think that Donald Trump has the competency of even a totally insane Adolf Hitler. Oppose Trump, then there are Trump supporters. That means that if Trump enacts these policies, there will be war. Committing great, terrible atrocities. When we talk about Donald Trump being Hitler, we mean if the Democrats wanted to defeat Donald Trump and to ensure that he was less likely to oh God. So the problem is not Trump. The problem is that if Trump becomes president, in the case of Brexit and in the case of Donald Trump, It's not how many.
Do not vote for him. I am officially, unambiguously, entirely against Donald Trump as of this moment. Donald Trump he represents the very worst of patriarchal insanity. And the very fact that the problems of the world are caused by white men. And Donald Trump doesn't want you to think that the problems of the world could be caused.
Videos will remain free and ad supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
America, you have a massive, massive problem. And Donald fucking Trump. Donald, you're fired, Mr.
When a whole load of fascists decided that Donald Trump being elected meant they got to oppress. Theresa May is kind of taking us down a path of Trumpist horribleness, as it is. But
That Donald Trump could still be head of. That someone like Donald Trump could still be head of. You're still heading down.
the alt-right and Donald Trump, they turned up like the Doctor on Scarrow, and it's just like, here is this guy.
Donald Trump isn't gonna fucking stick to that contract. Donald Trump is just gonna fucking run and say, fuck you guys, you won't fucking elect me, you're gonna screw me up.
The thing that's really scary about Donald Trump isn't so much the fact that he is a fucking racist appealing to racists.
Now, the irony is that Trump in and of himself, compared to some of the...
Now, when it comes to Trump, I propose a kind of version of the Pascal wager, except fan communities imploding, politics and Trump and Brexit and my YouTube channel exploding, and back to you because I can't actually make a difference, right? I can't stop Trump. I'm not the Farshnook. I can't. Hillary Clinton won the election on votes. The reason that Donald Trump is now president is because I actually think that Trump isn't so bad as he is making out. And I think that Trump isn't going to do... When Donald Trump got elected, a whole bunch of Nazis, modern day Nazis, it doesn't scare me because there's a time limit on him. The guy after Trump, the guy who has seen what Trump has done but is smart about it, and to be honest, I kind of predict that Trump will win, or at least that it's incredibly likely that he could win. I would not be
president of the United States of America at this point, unless it's Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. You're fucked. Whoever,
it's, you know, even if, you know, Trump pops a nuke, or, you know, or Theresa May starts a war, like, there's been an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. Obviously, I reported on this before, or gave my initial...
You think he believed in himself? You think he was Donald Trump? You think he worshipped himself? No, he was a
again, and then Brexit happened, and Trump happened, and all of this community of friends that you liked imploded. Tension, and you know, there is this whole segment that is voting for Donald Trump called the alt-right that is like killed and accused him of sexual assault. No, clearly after Donald Trump got into the fucking White House, after, you know, basically being a fuck. Share this floor
with Donald Trump, and with, I would argue, I wouldn't imagine, many of the people who serve on
going, "Oh, you're ugly! Dude, you support Donald fucking Trump!" Motherfucker, look.
to people that you can't just give Donald Trump a chance. You can't just give the alt-right a chance. They're not gonna fucking...
Right now, I'm like, hey, radical feminists, please save us! Save us from Trump! Without Congress on his side, the guy can do jack squat, while Trump could achieve a lot, since the Republican Party will likely work with...
Anything in the vast majority of my videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped.
And now he has to negotiate the special relationship with an America led by Donald fucking Trump. That is gonna be awkward.
Fucking black kids are gonna be building this fucking wall. The Great Wall of Trump built with black slave labour. Fucking joy. Well, basically, with everything that's happened lately with regards to, like, you know, Trump and you know, basically Trump's Nazis.
It is clear to me now that Donald Trump is a legitimate, dangerous threat to not just America.
Hey, let's have the Farshnoop take on a Trump analog, and it doesn't work. Because in real life,
Did this whole thing of saying, hey, Donald Trump, pledge that you won't run as a third-party candidate. Donald Trump isn't going to fucking stick.
Sort of based on, you know, the Farshnoop taking on this Trump analog of Richard Raspberry. And that's stalling for its own reasons. And
videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic... You know, even if you didn't vote for Donald Trump, even if you thought, you know, like, yeah, Donald Trump's a fucking madman, I don't
go around fucking insulting people and slurring people, right? But guess what? Unlike Donald Trump, I'm not actually running to be fucking president.
Do we think this ends just because of Brexit and Trump? That the xenophobes are just going to fall all quiet? There are limits to the damage that Trump can do in America. He can do terrible, terrible things, and these things will have... In other words, if Trump isn't a threat to the world won't be a threat to Trump. If he... And again, I'm not bringing up the Trump bashing. What I'm pointing out is, like, it's like fucking Donald Trump is now saying that he wants to make it to make it
Vote for him. But I don't think he will cross that line. I think that Donald Trump isn't really as racist as everybody says he is.
Vote for the Republican candidate, even if it is Donald Trump. In fact, arguably, especially if it is Donald Trump.
What Trump's victory is, more than anything, is a message, right? I mean, I suppose it makes sense, you know.
The point of that video that he is linking to is, why Donald Trump is so very terrifying is basically saying, yeah,
It's practically a running joke that people think they're going to convert me to Trumpism. I know that.
Right.
And to be honest,
As Trump, because Trump is a comic book character in real life. He is.
if you get your way, I mean, I don't think Trump will be as insane as you fuck.
Donald Trump could be the positive equivalent
of Hillary Clinton. If the nightmare... Hillary Clinton has problems. She has a lot of fucking problems. But Donald Trump is a fucking tiny...
Why does it matter for me whether Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump becomes president? Because, and that's a good thing. Because Donald Trump is going to stand up there. He's going to stand up there as the right-wing bigoted fuckwit who wants to destroy the world. I mean, I have been busy insulting Trump because I'm like, Sanders
On your heads, and you're going to be wondering, maybe if we just got rid of Donald Trump, maybe if we just got rid of...
was an idiot who could have been better. If there is even a chance, even a small chance, that Trump could wipe out the entirety... I'm never going to hang myself. What rope would support my weight? But no, so seriously, Trump winning wouldn't prove me ghost. Also, I know back in December you said the Republicans had no chance because of Trump. Now with all of Clinton's scandals, it looks like Democrats are pretty darn fucking pleased with Donald Trump. And to be honest, Russia today, and Russia was pretty much sponsoring basically every single political subject, like Trump, Hillary, fucking God. Everyone seems to say, but you're not giving the time of, all my criticisms of, well, Clinton, she's just as bad as Trump. What are you talking about? Donald Trump isn't going to be. I'll never leave the house, and all I'll do is I'll make political videos where I rant about Trump and do no editing.
Donald Trump is an authoritarian racist appealing to racists. The actual closest comparison to Voldemort is Mr. Grab-'em-by-the-pussy himself, Donald Trump. Just thought I had to clarify there.
Maybe 5 years or whatever of Donald Trump will be the wake-up call to say to people, hey, we need a...
There is nothing stopping Donald Trump. Congratulations! Right? Let's just have that as a statement here, just now. Don't vote for Trump. You're gonna, because you're all right.
Right? And I realise to some of my commenters who are Trump supporters and then will kill all them.
And down the dumps and, oh my God, I don't like Donald Trump. No, it is a simple financial calculation of the likely hate Clinton. You're basically telling them to vote for Trump. You think you're telling them, well, you must vote for Clinton. Or where an imbecile like Donald Trump is in charge of one of the sides. But if they're...
Because that would be immoral. Oh look, there's Donald Trump saying, hey, you know what, if we go for a brokered outbite, is the fact that because I made a video saying, personally, if it's a case of Trump or Clinton, I know Clinton is horrible. Trump
physically weaker sex. Be the sex that, as exemplified by Donald Trump's statements today, we still... What has everybody been comparing, Trump and Trump voters to get to me? And it's what? Congrats! Congrats, you've won again! You got Trump into power and you're sick fucking piece of... But if they hate Hillary Clinton that much, you've just handed that to Trump. And yes, Hillary Clinton won the popular...
Same shit. It's just, well, it's Clinton and Trump, as we've been seeing for fucking months. Oh, well, it's...
Right. Theresa May holding hands with Trump was fucking scary, but it woke the people up. It woke the people up to the
Potentially be opposite each other on opposite sides of a hot war when Donald Trump has already said he wouldn't rule out using nukes.
hey, we will destroy you unless you agree 100% with Trump and you're in favour of gassing all the people. So it's very fucking weird to any possible spin. Oh well, Donald Trump's alright. Yeah, he probably won't do much harm because his supporters are
The conservative, ultra-capitalist, anarcho-capitalist, Trumpian, UKIPian movement. There is this feeling which means that I find it quite hilarious that right-wing supporters, which Trump supporters are, right? That Trump, like,
he would legit just say, right, Donald Trump, you fucker, you're cocking up the world.
but let's be honest, what are the fucking chances of that? I mean, arguably, Trump could potentially, maybe, possibly, publicly thought of as very left-wing champion Barack Obama to, to Donald Trump, a man who the rest of the world has been saying
Videos will remain free and ad-supported. All that remains is to say Trump should be impeached, the genocidal must be stopped, and institute universal basic.
A lot of the anti-Clinton, pro-Trump propaganda, I mean, the Russians establishment, except the establishment is actually kind of getting behind Trump now anyway, and accepts
Wants Mike Pence to make him stand down. He wants the traitors within the Trump administration to offer him
a Bernie Sanders supporter or a fucking Trump supporter, to be honest. Because, democracy is
be able to she may be able to be better than Donald Trump, although I think
and shit is being done. Trump is being fought against. Bannon is being fought against. The Nazis are being fought against.
If this is a game of top trumps and it's like, well, who do you favour more in a fight, Donald Trump or human civilization?
Raged. I mean, from a certain point of view, Donald Trump is a reality TV star. He's
He's difficult when we've got Tories and, if you have Donald Trump in power. But I feel like in an ideal world,
and so it's not surprising that Donald Trump got elected on racist sentiment. What's surprising is when bloody Vladimir Putin is congratulating Donald Trump on his victory, then Europe I know that you are fucking screaming from the rooftops that you have won because Trump succeeded with the Electoral College. When I was talking about how Trump had finally burst open the doors to the fact that because of his whole grab and buy, these things do not end well. And heck, around the time of Trump being elected, cracked.com